Chapter 1885. I already said that it's a secret. Why are you still asking? You should try it too. It tastes pretty good. The little boy casually plucked a fruit of fortune from a nearby branch and threw it to the inner demons. The inner demons caught the fruit of fortune and raised his eyebrows. The little boy shook his head and said, "You're really not as easy to get along with as Qin Feiyang." The inner demons said, "Cut the crap. I need the heart of origin." The little boy said helplessly, "Isn't the heart of origin right next to you? Can't you take it yourself? You're not stopping me." The inner demons was surprised. "Why should I stop you? The heart of origin is yours to begin with," the little boy said. The inner demons grabbed the heart of origin and frowned. "According to what you said, can my original body and I also use the heart of origin to help others reconstruct their bodies?" "That's right." The little boy nodded. The inner demons' eyes flickered. "Are you serious?" No. I'm just joking," the little boy teased. "Joking?" The inner demons was stunned. "Yes. Although you can control the rule power here, you're still far from controlling the heart of origin." The little boy smiled. "What do you mean?" The inner demons raised his eyebrows. "It's hard to talk to you. What I mean is that your abilities are far from enough," the little boy said. A trace of anger appeared on the inner demon's face, and he immediately prepared to leave. "I know what you're going to do with the heart of origin. But I don't know if you've thought about it. There are many pseudo-god and pseudo-god level divine beasts in the Black Tortoise world. Is it really the right choice to leave them in Great Qin?" the little boy said. The inner demons was stunned. "That's right. When the living beings of different continents gathered together, they would definitely fight for territory and resources. There would definitely be friction. It was even possible that Great Qin would once again fall into war. From the looks of it, they couldn't leave the living beings of the Black Tortoise world in Great Qin." "Looks like you've already comprehended something. You're not completely hopeless." The little boy grinned and snatched the heart of origins, disappearing in front of the inner demons. "Incurable? Are you saying that I'm an idiot? Brat, just you wait. I'll beat your ass sooner or later." The inner demons snorted angrily and left the Black Tortoise realm, appearing beside Qin Feiyang. "How is it?" Zhao Tailai asked. The inner demons did not say a word. They closed their eyes and sensed the aura of the demon mark. As the ruler of the Black Tortoise world, no matter how the living beings of the Black Tortoise world tried to hide it, he could still capture the aura of the devil imprint. Very soon, he locked onto all the people with the devil's imprint, as well as the beasts. Following closely, he opened his eyes, and as he waved his hand, an invisible force appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth as it surged in all directions. "What is he doing?" Everyone was suspicious. But after a few breaths, half of the people and ferocious beasts disappeared without a trace. The living beings of the 9 continents were surprised. The inner demons said, "Those people and ferocious beasts that disappeared, I am a living being of the Black Tortoise world. Don't be nervous." "Black Tortoise world? What is that place?" Everyone was curious. The emperor was stunned. He looked at the inner demons suspiciously and said, "Didn't you say that you would leave them in the Great Qin Empire?" "I thought about it. After all, they are living beings from different continents. It is difficult for them to get along. It is better to send them back to the Black Tortoise world." The inner demons laughed. "So that's how it is." The emperor nodded in realization. The inner demons said, "Let everyone disperse. Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, Cui Li, Blood Kirin, Junior Leopard. After all, there are so many living beings. You all should go and help father." "Okay." The 3 people and 2 beasts nodded. Come. We will escort you back. The people of He State gather here. The people of Yu State gather over there. And the people of Feng State, everyone started to get busy. The inner demons put away the Qiankuan bag, the divine phoenix blade, the castle, the gate of time and space, and the mermaid princess wings. Then, he picked up Qin Feiyang and flew down to the yard. Ling Yunfei, I will return the space item to you. The white-eyed wolf is still inside. Lu Qiuyu, the mysterious lady, Emperor Hong, and Qin Rushuang all followed the inner demons. Okay. Ling Yunfei nodded and put away the castle. Lu Zhi looked at the inner demon's back. Then, she looked at Ling Yunfei and asked, Yunfei, who is he? He looks exactly like Fei Yang, but why is his temperament so different? Mother, he is Boss Qin's inner demons. Ling Yunfei smiled. Inner demons? Lu Zhi was confused. At her level of cultivation, she did not understand what the inner demons were. Not far away. Feng Cheng looked at Feng Ling Er and said with a smile, Ling, you have changed a lot after all these years. Old Master Zhao looked at Zhao Shuang, and asked about her well-being. On the other side, Ren Wushuang also gathered with Old Master and Ren Duxing, all smiles. In short, everyone was happy to be reunited with their long-lost relatives. But Lu Hong had a sad look on her face. Lu Zhen kept comforting her, but he did not change her mind at all. He could not help but feel jealous. In the yard, the inner demons carried Qin Feiyang and walked straight into the wooden building and into a room. Inside the room, there was a brand new bed. This was specially built by the inner demons and the blood Kirin when they built the yard. In the past 3 months, the inner demons had been sleeping here. The inner demons was about to put Qin Feiyang on the bed when Qin Rushuang, who followed closely behind, quickly took out a set of quilts from her Qiankuan bag and spread them on the bed. Thank you. The inner demons thanked her and gently put down Qin Feiyang. I really don't understand why the heavens want to torture my child like this. Hasn't he suffered enough all these years? Lu Qiuyu stood by the bed and looked down at Qin Feiyang. Her tears could not help but flow down. The inner demons patted Lu Qiuyu's shoulder and comforted her, Mother, everything will be fine. Trust me. Qin Rushuang looked at the inner demons and asked, what did that child mean? The inner demons pondered for a moment and said, don't worry about these things. Just take care of me. Can you do it alone? Emperor Hong looked at the inner demons and felt a little heartache. The inner demons smiled and said, Great-grandfather, don't worry. I can't be defeated. Sigh. Emperor Hong sighed deeply. The inner demons waved his hand and said, all right, everyone go out. Let Mother be alone for a while. Okay. Everyone nodded and turned to leave one after another. The inner demons waved his hand, and the castle, the divine phoenix blade, the image crystal, and the space-time gate disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. The inner demons took out the Qiankuan bag, the wind moon pavilion, and the golden bead from the mermaid 5 ancestors. He handed them to Lu Qiuyu and said, Mother, take care of these first. Okay. Lu Qiuyu nodded and took the Qiankuan bag and the 2 supreme-grade divine artifacts. The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang again and turned to leave the room. As soon as he left the room, he saw a beautiful figure standing outside the door. Her face was full of self-blame and sadness. It was the mermaid princess. The inner demons raised his eyebrows and said, Why are you standing here? The mermaid princess immediately lowered her head, not daring to look into the eyes of the inner demons. Sigh. The inner demons sighed and said, Actually, you don't have to blame yourself. After all, you had already lost your memory at that time, and this venerable has never blamed you. Hearing these words, the mermaid princess's tears started to flow down. Silly woman. The inner demons shook his head and said with a smile, You have always been one of the women this venerable cares about the most. Go in. Okay. The mermaid princess nodded. By the way, this is for you. The inner demons took out the pair of wings. Thank you. The mermaid princess looked at the wings and said gratefully to the inner demons. With a gentle wave of her hand, the wings disappeared behind her back. Then the mermaid princess turned and entered the room. This venerable, the two women you care about the most in this life, a mother and a lover, have been resurrected now. You should be satisfied. The inner demons muttered, retracted his gaze, turned, and walked out of the small building. Inside and outside the courtyard, a large group of people gathered at this moment. There were Wang Zicheng and others. There were Fatso and others. There were Lu Yun, Tan Wu, and others. There were Pangolin, Winged Snow Eagle, Black Dragon Snake, Hellhound, Scorpion King, and other beasts. In short, all the people and beasts who had a good relationship with Qin Feiyang were here. Everyone's face was full of concern. Seeing the inner demons appear, Fatso quickly went up and asked, "How is the boss? How else can he be? He is unconscious." The inner demons sighed. What should we do? Everyone was worried. The inner demons glanced at them one by one. Suddenly, he saw a woman in white behind the crowd. This woman was Lin Yi. The inner demons walked to Lin Yi step by step and said, "You know what? I really want to kill you now, but I know that I can't do that." "I'm sorry." Lin Yi lowered her head, her face full of guilt. The inner demons sighed, "Forget it. It's all in the past. Go in and see him." "Can I go in?" Lin Yi asked in a low voice. "Of course." The inner demons nodded and smiled faintly. Lin Yi was silent for a long time. She looked up at the wooden building and suddenly turned away. "What's wrong?" The inner demons was suspicious. "I have no face to see him now, and I have no face to face everyone. I am a sinner. Even if everyone will forgive me, I can't forgive myself." Lin Yi stopped and murmured. You don't have to do this because it's not your fault. It's the demon ancestor." Luo Qingzhu quickly stepped forward and persuaded. "Thank you, Sister Qingzhu. Please give me some time. I want to recover my lost memories." Lin Yi squeezed out a bitter and reluctant smile, then stepped into the air step by step, disappearing from everyone's sight. Sigh. "I'm afraid this matter will leave a knot in her heart forever." Feng Ling Er walked to Luo Qingzhu and sighed. "Yeah." Luo Qingzhu nodded. Boom. Suddenly, an aura burst out. This aura wasn't strong. It could even be said that it was very weak. But it made everyone turn pale with fright. Because the owner of this aura was the little prince. The little prince rushed out of the crowd, waving his small fist, and charged at the inner demons. "This kid is really not afraid of death." Willow Tree and Yu Huang muttered. "The price of angering the inner demons is very serious." Everyone was extremely worried. Especially Emperor Hong and Old Qin, who stared at the inner demons firmly. They were ready to rescue the little prince at any time. Chapter 1886. But they didn't think that if the inner demons really wanted to kill the little prince, would they be able to stop him? The inner demons turned around and looked at the little prince. His blood-red eyes flashed with a cold light. Pang! The little prince punched the inner demons in the stomach, but the inner demons didn't even move. The little prince was shocked. He waved his hands and punched the inner demons in the stomach. He shouted, "Give me back my mother's life." The inner demons frowned. Suddenly, he slapped the little prince, and the little prince was sent flying. He hit the ground like a meteor, blood gushing from his mouth. "Is this all you've got? You disappoint me." The inner demons sneered. The little prince got up and stared at the inner demons. He clenched his fists. "I don't mind telling you that with your current power, you can't even get close to me, let alone kill me. If you want revenge, you have to work hard." The inner demons snorted and turned around to leave. "I will kill you," the little prince shouted. The strong prove themselves with their actions. Only the weak prove themselves with their mouths. You are the weak one. No. Weakling. Seems like I'm overestimating you. At most, you're just a pathetic worm. The inner demons didn't even turn around. I am not a worm. I swear, I will kill you. The little prince shouted. Yes. You need this kind of will to become stronger. Hate as much as you want. Sometimes, hatred can also become a person's motivation, just like how I was back then. The inner demons murmured. The whole night. The inner demon stood alone by the lake, looking at the calm surface of the lake. His eyes were calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Dawn. Zhao Tai Lai and the other two, as well as the Blood Kirin and the other two, returned one after the other. They landed behind the inner demons. You sent them all away? The inner demons asked. Yes. The 3 men and 2 beasts nodded. The inner demons said, thank you for your hard work. Go have a good rest. These are all trivial matters. I'm not tired. However, what the little boy said has always been of great concern to us. Zhao Tai Lai said. The inner demons said, his meaning is clear. He wants me to go to the divine ruins to find a solution. Tang Hai said, in the whole of Miracle, I think only Small Beast and Ice Dragon have this ability. Yeah. I already hate them, and now they want me to beg them. How annoying. The inner demons were quite angry. They took a deep breath and sighed. But now, there is no other way. The 3 humans and 2 beasts looked at each other. Zhao Tai Lai said, why don't we go? You stay and take care of the young master. You? The inner demons looked at the 3 men and 2 beasts and shook his head. It's not that I'm looking down on you guys, but you guys won't be of any use. I'll go. After all, I have the kill formula. If there's no other choice, I can still give it a try. You've already said such words, and you still call that looking down on us? The 3 men and 2 beasts were speechless. But this was also the truth. With their strength, they were no match for Ice Dragon and Small Beast. Then when are you leaving? Zhao Tai Lai asked. The inner demons pondered for a while, and a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, I don't dare to leave now, because the demon ancestor and these bastards have not been eliminated. Zhao Tai Lai and the others' eyes darkened. The demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang were indeed too big of a threat to them. And they had seen the strength of these two with their own eyes. Currently, in the 2 continents, only the young master and the inner demons could suppress them. But now, the young master had fallen into an eternal coma, and only the inner demons were left. If the inner demons also left, the 2 of them would take the opportunity to stir up trouble, and then no one would be able to stop them. The inner demons looked at the horizon, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, I think they should all be in the Forgotten Continent now. You guys stay here and protect me. I'll go to the Forgotten Continent. Okay. Be careful. The 3 men and 2 beasts warned. The inner demons nodded, took a step forward, and disappeared from everyone's sight like lightning. Whoosh! Not long after the inner demons left, the emperor rushed back. Seeing only Zhao Tai Lai and the others, he asked suspiciously, where's the inner demons? They went to look for the demon ancestor and the others. Zhao Tai Lai said. Sigh. It's been hard on this child. The emperor sighed. Yeah. At first, I quite hated him, but now, I really admire him. He's responsible and responsible. With him around, I can feel more at ease. Cui Li smiled. Tang Hai said, whether it's him or the young master, they are the most reliable people. Zhao Tai Lai glanced at Tang Hai and said with a smile, let's not talk about it. Let's go and see the young master. Forgotten Continent. Glacier Forest, above the sky. At this moment, Dong Zhengyang, Snow Python, Qin Yuan, Demon Ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Demon Dragon, and Mu Qing gathered together. Snowflake, Blood Blade, and Demon Pagoda were also floating at the side. However, everyone remained silent. The atmosphere was quite heavy. So this is the reason why you saved us. But I advise you, it's best to explain it clearly to the inner demons. Qin Feiyang doesn't matter. Even if you don't say it, he will forgive him. But the inner demons will probably hate you for the rest of your life. The demon ancestor was the first to break the silence, looking at Qin Yuan. This old man will find an opportunity to explain it to him. Qin Yuan said. Wait. What does this have to do with this emperor? You can do whatever you want, but don't take the initiative to add this emperor into it. Mu Tianyang said coldly. Then what do you want to do? Continue to fulfill your ambition to rule the 2 continents? Dong Zhenyang said. Why do you care? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. I really don't have the qualifications to care, but if you insist on being stubborn, I can only use the seal of destiny to control you again. Dong Zhenyang said. Mu Tianyang's pupils shrank. Ancestor, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. These people are not good people, we might as well agree to them first. Mu Qing said telepathically. You are indeed all here. Then, a bone-chilling voice sounded. The inner demons stepped into the sky step by step and landed in front of the group of people. Seeing the inner demons descend, Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang's expressions suddenly changed. Mo Long's eyes were also filled with fear. But Dong Zhenyang had a trace of a smile on his face. He looked at the inner demons and said, You came at the right time. You'd better shut up while I'm still in a good mood. The inner demons said mercilessly. Dong Zhenyang smiled embarrassedly. In the face of the inner demons, he did not dare to be too presumptuous. The inner demons turned to look at Qin Yuan and said, I'll give you a chance to explain for the sake of this lord. But your answer must satisfy me, otherwise. The inner demons glanced at everyone present and laughed cruelly. I don't think all of you together can withstand my anger. Arrogant. Mu Tianyang snorted coldly. Swoosh. But before Mu Tianyang's voice died away, a blood-red sword aura appeared in a flash and instantly sank into Mu Tianyang's lower abdomen. Ah! Mu Tianyang immediately screamed in pain, and a fist-sized bloody hole suddenly appeared in his lower abdomen. It shattered Ancestor's sea of qi just like that. Mu Qing could not believe it and hurriedly reached out to support Mu Tianyang. Do you still dare to talk nonsense now? The inner demons looked at Mu Tianyang with contempt in their eyes. Mu Tianyang gloomily stared at the inner demon. However, his heart was filled with an unquenchable fear. Too strong. He could not resist at all. The inner demons turned to look at Qin Yuan and said, Speak. It's like this. Qin Yuan sighed deeply and said slowly. About an hour passed. Qin Yuan finally finished. The inner demons frowned and looked at Dong Zhenyang. This is the taboo you saw with the seal of destiny? That's right. At that time, I saw a very distant future. That's why I was killed. Dong Zhenyang said. Although it's very serious, this is only your side of the story. How can I believe you? The inner demons said. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Because what you're really worried about is that we'll continue to harm these 2 continents. As long as you can help us enter the ancient world, we won't be able to do it even if we want to. Dong Zhenyang said. The inner demons lowered their heads and pondered. The demon ancestor looked at the inner demons and said with a smile, Actually, I don't believe it either, but I'm willing to take a gamble. The inner demons glanced at the demon ancestor, then at Qin Yuan and the snow python. Finally, they looked at Dong Zhenyang and said, I can help you, but you and the snow python must be controlled by me with the seal of slavery. How dare you? The snow python said angrily. The inner demon said, You have no right to speak here. Shut up. Didn't I ask Qin Yuan to control me with the blood soul technique? The snow python said angrily. The inner demon sneered. What's the use of a trashy technique like the blood soul technique? You, the snow python was furious. That's enough. Dong Zhengyang waved his hand and smiled at the snow python. Then, he looked at the inner demons and nodded. I promise you. The inner demons didn't waste any time. They directly formed 2 seals of slavery and entered the skulls of Dong Zhengyang and the snow python like lightning. The blood-soul technique in the snow python's body was also shattered in an instant. Soon, Dong Zhengyang and the snow python were controlled by the seal of slavery. The inner demons immediately peeped into their inner thoughts. But Dong Zhengyang's inner thoughts were like a dead sea, without any fluctuations. They couldn't see through him at all. But the snow python, he could see it clearly. At this moment, the snow python's inner thoughts were full of hatred and anger towards him. Dong Zhengyang said with a smile, now you can rest assured. The inner demons glanced at him indifferently and said, since you want to go to the ancient world, then go as early as possible. Go now. You really can't wait. Dong Zhengyang shook his head and sighed. But, to open the teleportation altar, we need 10 war gods. We seem to be short of a few people. No need. I can open it alone. The inner demon said. A smile appeared on the demon ancestor's face. Dong Zhengyang looked at the 2 of them and shook his head with a smile. I forgot that both of you have 3,000 incarnations. Since that's the case, let's go. Qin Yuan waved his hand, and a group of people suddenly appeared in the sky above the demon dragon island that had disappeared. The demon ancestor glanced at the surrounding void and sighed. I have committed a heinous crime here. Don't pretend there. No one will forgive you, and no one will pity you. The inner demon said expressionlessly. Then, his divine sense rushed towards the sea below. Chapter 1887. The demon ancestor sighed. Not to mention the inner demons and the living beings of the 2 continents, even he himself could not forgive himself. In a short while, the inner demons found the altar that had sunk to the bottom of the sea. A group of people entered the sea and quickly landed in front of the altar. Whoosh! The inner demons waved his hand, and a dozen incarnations appeared, immediately reviving the altar. Very soon, the altar was fully revived. Blood light surged, enveloping all directions. The inner demons dispersed the incarnations and said, let's go up. After living on this continent for so many years, to be honest, I'm still a little reluctant to leave. Dong Zhengyang smiled. Hurry up. The inner demons raised his eyebrows. As long as these people did not leave, his heart would not be at peace. You have to take care. Dong Zhengyang looked at the snow python and smiled slightly. Then, he took a deep breath and took the lead to step onto the altar. The demon ancestor waved his hand and led the demon pagoda and the demon dragon onto the altar. I'm really unwilling to leave just like that. Mu Tianyang muttered. There's nothing we can do about it. Mu Qing sighed and then led Mu Tianyang onto the altar. The inner demons looked at Snow and Blood Blade and said, and you guys, hurry up. The 2 heaven-defying artifacts had already repaired their bodies. The inner demons could clearly sense that the 2 artifact spirits wanted to kill him. But the inner demons did not take it to heart at all. When the 2 heaven-defying artifacts also entered the altar, the inner demons also stepped onto the altar. You're going too? Qin Yuan was stunned and asked. If I don't go, how will they enter the ancient world? Besides, as the inner demon said this, his hands suddenly clenched, and a determined light burst out from his eyes. Immediately after, the group of people standing on the altar gradually disappeared. Miracle! Beside the altar that led to the 3rd level, the fire python's huge body was coiled on the ground, closing its eyes and dozing off. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, and 2 rays of divine light burst out. Who entered the miracle? Could it be Qin Feiyang? It mumbled and instantly disappeared without a trace. The 2nd level. Above a certain mountain range. Swish! One figure after another appeared. It was the inner demons. Mu Qing looked down and murmured, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. Brother Chin, a cry of surprise sounded. Then, the fire python appeared in front of the group of people. Brother Fire. The inner demons stepped forward with a smile on their faces. Fire python sized up the inner demons and frowned. Wait, you're not Brother Chin. The inner demons said, I am his inner demons. So it's you. Fire python nodded and asked, what about Brother Chin? He didn't come. The inner demons said. The fire python was slightly stunned and said worriedly, why didn't he come? Did something happen? There's a situation. The inner demons nodded, pointed at demon ancestor and the others, and said with a smile, we'll talk about this later. Send them to the ancient world first. Send them to the ancient world? Fire python raised his eyebrows and glanced at demon ancestors group. He looked at the inner demons and said, although Lord Beast God has left the miracle, entering the ancient castle is not child's play. You have to tell me the reason, right? Dong Zhenyang transmitted his voice, inner demons, you can't tell him about this, let alone ice dragon and small beast. The inner demon's eyes flashed and said with a smile, Brother Fire, this matter is very complicated. I'll tell you when there's time in the future. All right. Fire python nodded, closed his eyes, and extended his perception to the first level. Swish. After a while, Fire python opened his eyes and led a group of people to descend above a canyon on the first level. There was an aura that made one's heart palpitate in that canyon. And the fierce beasts that lived in the canyon all retreated to the side at this moment, their eyes filled with fear. The inner demons waved his hand, and a wave of divine power rolled out, crossing the void in the canyon. Rumble. Immediately. It was as if something had collided with the divine power, and an ancient stone door appeared. The inner demons lowered his arms, looked at demon ancestor and the others, and said, that's the gate to the ancient world, go in. See you later. Dong Zhenyang said to the inner demons, then turned around and led everyone into the gate to the ancient world without looking back. Soon, the stone door was hidden in the void again. The inner demons finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fire python couldn't wait to ask, Brother Chin, what happened? He opened the gate to rebirth, and now only a trace of consciousness is left. This time, I came to the miracle to send those people into the ancient world, and to find a way to wake him up and let him cultivate again. The inner demons looked at Fire Python and said. Fire Python's expression froze. The inner demons asked, Brother Fire, do you have a way? Fire Python shook his head and said, I really don't have a way, but what? The inner demons looked at Fire Python expectantly. Fire Python said, Lord Beast God definitely has a way, but now it's a miracle. What about Ice Dragon? The inner demons asked. Fire Python said, it didn't appear on the second floor, so it probably left too. Damn it. The inner demons' heart sank. Actually, don't have too much hope, because even if you find Lord Ice Dragon and Lord Beast God, they won't help you. Fire Python sighed. No matter what, I won't give up. The inner demons said in a deep voice. I didn't expect that you, the inner demons, would have such deep feelings for this sovereign. How about this, you go to the third floor and take a look. Maybe there's something hidden in the third floor that can save Brother Chin. Fire Python said. Okay. The inner demons nodded, then said, while you're at it, look for that damn fire dragon. Fire Python's eyes were also filled with hatred, and said, if you find it, you must help this sovereign kill it. Don't worry, killing it now is as easy as turning over my hand. The inner demons said confidently. Fire Python was stunned, then smiled and said, it seems that you've grown a lot after leaving the miracle. With that, Fire Python brought the inner demons to the altar. Boom! Divine power surged, and the altar quickly recovered. When the altar recovered, Fire Python looked at the inner demons with a serious expression and said, I don't know the situation on the third floor, but I heard from my father that it's a very scary place. You must be careful. I will. The inner demons nodded and stepped on the altar without any fear. Soon, he appeared in an ancient hall. There was nothing in the hall. The door of the hall was also tightly shut. This should be the hall that the fire python mentioned before. The inner demons glanced around the hall and muttered to himself. Back then, the fire python had told Qin Feiyang that he would appear in a large hall after entering the third floor. This hall was where small beast usually stayed. The inner demons walked around the hall and didn't see small beast and ice dragon. It seemed that they had really left. Then, the inner demons strode to the door of the hall and pushed it hard. However, he found that the door seemed to be fixed to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push it open. I'm not even afraid of heaven-defying divine weapons. How can a mere door stop me? The inner demon's aura was fully released, and he punched the door. However, the door did not even tremble in the slightest, much less shatter it. It's so sturdy. The inner demons raised his eyebrows, condensed a blood-red sword, and slashed at the door with all his strength. Clang! Boom! The door didn't break, but the blood-red sword in his hand was knocked back. The inner demons was dumbfounded. At the same time, in the sky above the messy mountains, a man and a beast were fighting crazily. It was Lu Jiajin and Ice Dragon. Can you do it or not? It's been several months, and your strength hasn't improved at all. A piece of trash like you dares to threaten this emperor to be your mount? How ridiculous. Ice Dragon's huge eyes were full of contempt. With a claw, Lu Jiajin immediately smashed into the ground below like a meteor. His body was dripping with blood. I'm not convinced, again. Lu Jiajin got up and roared at Ice Dragon. Suddenly, Ice Dragon raised his eyebrows and turned to look into the distance. A trace of playfulness gradually crept into his eyes. Now, seeing that Ice Dragon was distracted, Lu Jiajin's eyes lit up. He rushed up like lightning and punched Ice Dragon's head. Ice Dragon calmly raised its tail and slapped Lu Jiajin away again. His body was almost torn apart. You actually want to sneak attack me? It seems that you're not only a trash, but also an idiot. Ice Dragon said disdainfully. What are you so proud of? Again. Lu Jiajin roared. Whoosh. Ice Dragon instantly pushed him away and joked, I'm tired of playing. Let's find someone else to play with you. Someone else? Lu Jiajin was stunned and looked around in surprise. Ice Dragon's claws stretched out in the air and a supreme force emerged. The next moment, a blood-haired youth appeared in front of Lu Jiajin. Lu Jiajin looked at the blood-haired youth and was slightly stunned. At the same time, the blood-haired youth looked around in confusion. When he saw Lu Jiajin, he was also stunned. Big cousin. That's right. The blood-haired youth was the inner demons. Lu Jiajin quickly ran to the inner demons and said in surprise, Why are you here? Where's little cousin? The inner demons was about to speak when he suddenly sensed Ice Dragon's aura. When he looked up, there was a trace of joy in his eyes. Ice Dragon didn't leave. That meant there was still hope. What's with that look? Shouldn't you be afraid when you see me? Why do you look like you've seen your savior? Ice Dragon was stunned. Lu Jiajin glanced at Ice Dragon and then at the inner demons. Answer me quickly. Sigh. The inner demon sighed and briefly told him about Qin Feiyang's current situation. What? Lu Jiajin's face turned pale. So this time you came to the divine site to save my cousin? That's right. The inner demons nodded. He looked at Ice Dragon again and bowed. Senior, you're so powerful. Please, save him. So you have something to ask of me. Ice Dragon was enlightened. Lu Jiajin looked at the inner demons and gritted his teeth. He looked up at Ice Dragon and said, Old thing, didn't you want me to be your disciple? As long as you promise to save my cousin, I'll acknowledge you as my master. Master? The inner demons was stunned and looked at Lu Jiajin suspiciously. Lu Jiajin said, "It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Right now, saving my cousin is more important." Okay. The inner demons nodded, yes. Chapter 1888. Ice Dragon looked at the two of them, his eyes full of playfulness, and said, "This emperor can indeed save Qin Feiyang." When the inner demons heard this, they were immediately overjoyed. Ice Dragon said, "Don't be happy too early. Being able to save is one thing, but whether to save is another." Lu Jiajin said angrily, "Old thing, I have already lowered my head and agreed to be your disciple, what are you going to do? If you had agreed before, this emperor would definitely save Qin Feiyang for your sake. But now," Ice Dragon chuckled. "Bastard, are you going to save him or not?" Lu Jiajin roared, like a raging beast, instantly rushed in front of Ice Dragon, swinging his fists, and crazily bombarding Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon God kept dodging calmly. No matter how hard Lu Jiajin tried, his fists couldn't hit Ice Dragon. Suddenly, Ice Dragon clawed over, and Lu Jiajin was sent flying again, bleeding all over. Seeing this, the inner demons hurriedly used the Xing formula, grabbed Lu Jiajin, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. In the past few months, I haven't learned anything, but I've learned how to resist beatings." Lu Jiajin waved his hand while vomiting blood. "Resist beatings?" The inner demons was taken aback, and whispered, "You're beaten every day." "Not every day, every moment. I've already trained to have a body of copper skin and iron bones." After Lu Jiajin finished speaking, he looked at Ice Dragon and said, "What do I have to do to make you willing to help?" "It's very simple." Ice Dragon smiled, looked at the inner demons and said, "If you want to save Qin Feiyang, kneel down and beg this emperor." "Kneel," the inner demon's eyes trembled. One must know that from the very beginning, until now, he had never knelt to anyone except for his close relatives and elders. Lu Jiajin glanced at the inner demons, then raised his head and glared at Bing Bing. He shouted, "Old bastard, do you have to humiliate him like this?" Although he didn't have much contact with the inner demons, from Qin Feiyang's character, he could imagine that kneeling and begging was a humiliation for the inner demons. Humiliate? It doesn't exist. I just want to see if he can put down his pride for Qin Feiyang. Ice Dragon said calmly. "What's the big deal about pride? As long as you're willing to save me, I don't mind kneeling down to you." The inner demons roared and knelt down in the void with a thud. Ugh! Ice Dragon was stunned. He actually knelt down. Originally, it thought that the inner demons would resist. Lu Jiajin gritted his teeth and said, "He has already knelt down. Can you agree now?" Ice Dragon smiled mockingly and said, "How can it be so simple? What else do you want?" The inner demon suddenly stood up, clenched his hands tightly, and stared at Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon looked at the two and said with a smile, "You two fight." "Us?" Lu Jiajin and the inner demons looked at each other and looked at Ice Dragon suspiciously. Ice Dragon nodded and grinned. "Inner demons, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. As long as you can defeat Lu Jiajin, I promise to help you." "You want us to kill each other?" The inner demons raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Ice Dragon nodded. "Bastard!" The inner demons was furious. "Ignore it." Lu Jiajin stopped the inner demons and said, "It's very simple. I'll lose to you on purpose later." "Lose to me on purpose?" The inner demons was stunned and said, "Big cousin, you are indeed strong, but I'm not weak either. It's hard to say who will win. Why are you still so stubborn?" "I'm doing this because I don't want to waste time." Lu Jiajin was annoyed. "So that's how it is." The inner demons suddenly understood. To be honest, he was really unhappy that Lu Jiajin deliberately let him win. Because he was confident that with his own strength, he could defeat Lu Jiajin fair and square. But Lu Jiajin was right. There was no time to waste here. Ice Dragon looked at the two with a hint of ridicule in his eyes and said, "Let's begin." Before Ice Dragon finished speaking, the two attacked at the same time. The inner demons raised his arm and slapped. Lu Jiajin also threw a punch without dodging. Boom! In an instant, the fist and palm collided. Lu Jiajin screamed and was sent flying on the spot, blood spurting out of his mouth. The inner demons looked up at Ice Dragon and said, "I won." Lu Jiajin stabilized his body and looked at Ice Dragon, saying, "I've tried my best, but I'm not as good as you." Ice Dragon's mouth twitched and roared, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Even if you're pretending, shouldn't you at least pretend?" Hearing this, the two of them looked embarrassed. "No matter what, I've lost. Moreover, you didn't set a rule in advance that we have to fight seriously. A big shot like you shouldn't go back on your words, right?" Lu Jiajin said. The veins on Ice Dragon's forehead popped out. He actually forgot to set the rules. How careless. It's very embarrassing to go back on your words. If word gets out in the future, it's inevitable that people will laugh at you behind your back. Lu Jiajin said meaningfully. In other words, if Ice Dragon dared to go back on his words, he would spread the news and see who would be embarrassed then. Ice Dragon couldn't help but gnash his teeth when he heard that. Not only did he scheme against it, he even dared to threaten it. Hee. Suddenly, the Ice Dragon grinned and looked at Lu Jiajin. "Kid, your plan is very good, but you have underestimated my strength." Lu Jiajin had an uneasy premonition in his heart. With my strength, who in this world dares to talk about me behind my back? Of course, I don't care. You want to scheme against me, right? All right. Today, I'll play with you. Now, I'll change the rules. You two must kill each other, otherwise, don't expect me to help you. Ice Dragon snickered. Two brats who were still wet behind the ears dared to play tricks in front of it. They were really overestimating themselves. Kill each other. Lu Jiajin and the inner demon's eyes trembled. This matter seemed to have gone too far. The inner demon said, "Big cousin, what should we do? It doesn't seem to be joking." "Old bastard, don't think that I'm joking. If you provoke me, I'll really spread the news." Lu Jiajin roared. "Go. I'm not stopping you." Ice Dragon smiled playfully. Lu Jiajin was so angry that he trembled. He had never seen such a shameless old bastard. "Cut the crap. Start immediately, otherwise, I'll kill both of you." Ice Dragon shouted, its bell-like eyes flashing with a terrifying murderous light. "Okay, I'll do as you wish." Lu Jiajin flicked his sleeves, turned to look at the inner demons, and shouted, "For my little cousin, I won't show mercy. Bring it on." The inner demons looked at Lu Jiajin and said word by word, "Me too." Boom. Divine power rolled out. Following closely, the two of them rushed towards each other like comets, their auras soaring to the sky. But at the moment when they met, Lu Jiajin suddenly stopped and smiled at the inner demons. "You must save my little cousin." "What?" The inner demon's eyes trembled, and hurriedly braked and stopped. It turned out that Lu Jiajin didn't intend to make a move. In other words, Lu Jiajin couldn't bear to attack him, so he gave up. "So this is our big cousin. Although we haven't seen each other many times, he's really good to us." The inner demons murmured. "Don't hesitate, kill me." Lu Jiajin shouted. "Back in the sealed land, you've already sacrificed yourself to save us. How can I bear to kill you now?" Heart Demon let out a low sigh and retreated decisively. She raised her head to look at Ice Dragon and shouted, "If either Lu Jiajin or I have to die here, I'm willing to use my life to end this farce." After the inner demons finished speaking, he raised his arm without hesitation. Divine power surged out, and he slapped his forehead. With a cracking sound, the inner demon's skull was shattered into pieces. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. "What?" Ice Dragon was shocked. This scene was simply out of his expectations. Lu Jiajin also didn't expect that the inner demons would choose to commit suicide. After regaining his senses, he quickly ran to the inner demons, hugged the fallen inner demons, and said angrily, "Didn't I ask you to kill me? Why are you so stupid?" The inner demons laughed, "If I kill you, I'll definitely blame me." In fact, he had thought of activating the slaughter zone. However, he could feel that even if he did, he wouldn't be able to defeat Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon's strength was far from what the Snow Python and Qin Yuan could compare to. One must know that Snow and Blood Blade, these heaven-defying divine weapons, were suppressed in the latrine by Ice Dragon back then. Now that he had left Qin Feiyang, he couldn't enter the Black Tortoise world and collect enough blood in an instant. He sensed the aura of many fierce beasts nearby, but each of these auras was extremely terrifying. They were far stronger than the fierce beasts on the second floor of the Divine Ruin. He couldn't kill many in a short time. As for Ice Dragon, he would definitely not allow him to start a massacre here. Therefore, instead of making these meaningless struggles, he might as well be straightforward. Perhaps this could even move Ice Dragon. "I'm willing to do this. Why would little cousin blame you?" Lu Jiajin roared. Tears gushed out, blurring his vision. "I'm the inner demons. My death is not regrettable. But you're different. You're our big cousin. If you die, not only me, but I will also be very sad. In the future, I'll have to trouble you to take care of that idiot. Because he's the same as me. He will not hesitate to sacrifice his own life for the people around him." The inner demon's voice was extremely weak. His life fluctuations were also quickly dissipating. "Don't say anything. Don't say anything." Lu Jiajin roared. His divine will sank into the inner demon's sea of consciousness, and his teeth cracked. The inner demon's divine soul had already been torn apart. And it was dissipating. "Save him. In the future, I'll do anything you want me to do." Lu Jiajin looked up at Ice Dragon and shouted. Ice Dragon was silent. It lowered its head and looked at the two of them. There was an indescribable emotion in its eyes. "I beg you, please save him. He didn't do anything wrong. He just wanted to save people. I beg you, please be kind and save his life." Lu Jiajin roared in despair. "Big cousin, don't beg it, you're the son of our great Qin. You can't give up your dignity for me. Also, you have to be careful of Dong Zhengyang. This person's goal is definitely not that simple." The inner demons grabbed Lu Jiajin's arm and said with all its might before collapsing. His life fluctuations also completely dissipated. Chapter 1889. Inner demons, old bastard, is this the ending you want? I hate you. I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Lu Jiajin raised his head and stared at Ice Dragon. He roared hysterically as tears fell from his eyes. Sigh. Ice Dragon sighed. It really didn't expect that the inner demons, the source of evil, would actually give up their dignity and life for others. This completely subverted its understanding of the inner demons. Below. Lu Jiajin withdrew his painful gaze, picked up the inner demons, and walked away step by step. Where are you going? Ice Dragon frowned. No matter the cost, I will save the inner demons. As for my little cousin, I will find a way to save him, even if I have to pay with my life. Lu Jiajin lowered his head and looked at the inner demons, and said without turning his head. With just you. The beasts here are at least perfect war god. If you leave me, you will die. Ice Dragon's eyes were full of disdain. You don't have to worry about it. Although my current strength is not as good as yours, one day in the future, I will definitely surpass you. At that time, I will make you beg for mercy in front of me like a dog. Lu Jiajin said word by word and disappeared from Ice Dragon's sight. You really boast shamelessly. Ice Dragon shook his head. Whoosh. The next moment. It disappeared without a trace. The second floor. After the inner demons entered the third floor, the fire python continued to coil next to the altar and closed its eyes to rest. Whoosh. Suddenly. A terrifying aura emerged. Who is it? The fire python immediately opened its eyes, and a fierce light flashed in its eyes. But when it looked up, its expression suddenly changed, and it respectfully said, "Greetings, Lord Ice Dragon." Ice Dragon frowned. "Are you the one who let Qin Feiyang's inner demons enter the third floor?" The fire python's body stiffened, and it quickly crawled on the ground, saying, "I know my mistake, please forgive me." Its heart was extremely panicked. He had thought that the ice dragon had already left the divine ruin, but to his surprise, it was still on the third floor. The ice dragon looked down at the fire python and shook its head. "Forget it. I won't argue with you this time. But if you dare to act on your own in the future, I won't let you off easily." "Thank you, sir, for your mercy." The fire python hurriedly kowtowed and thanked him. Its entire body was already dripping with cold sweat. The ice dragon waved its claw and a pill appeared in front of the fire python. The pill was glowing with a myriad of colors, with 10 dragon-shaped pill chi swirling around it. That's right. It was the dragon-shaped core chi. And there were 10 of them. This is... The fire python looked at the pill in shock. Ice Dragon said, "Don't worry about what pill this is. Send it to Qin Feiyang immediately." "Send it to Qin Feiyang?" The fire python was shocked. This was too unexpected. The ice dragon actually saved Qin Feiyang? One had to know that back then in the sealed land, Ice Dragon had attacked Qin Feiyang and even nearly killed him. Wait a minute. There shouldn't be any problem with this, right? The fire python's eyelids twitched as it hurriedly sized up the pill. "What are you thinking?" The ice dragon raised its eyebrows. Nothing. The fire python quivered and hurriedly shook its head. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" The ice dragon rolled its eyes and said proudly, "Let me tell you, this pill can not only wake up Qin Feiyang, but also let him regain his cultivation." "What? Regain his cultivation?" The fire python was shocked. It originally thought that even if this was really a life-saving pill, at most, it would only wake up Qin Feiyang and let Qin Feiyang cultivate again. However, it didn't expect that it could actually let Qin Feiyang regain his cultivation. Regaining one's cultivation base and cultivating anew were two completely different concepts. Cultivating again was starting from the beginning. And regaining cultivation was directly restoring the previous cultivation. In other words, as long as Qin Feiyang took this pill, he would be able to restore his cultivation to the initial stage of the war god. It could be said that for Qin Feiyang, this was a great fortune. However, the more it was like this, the more the fire python suspected Ice Dragon's intentions. How could Ice Dragon help Qin Feiyang like this? What was the reason? Lu Jiajin. Inner demons? Wait. Where are the inner demons? Why did only Ice Dragon come out? The fire python's heart skipped a beat. It raised its head to look at Ice Dragon and asked carefully, "Lord, may I ask, where are the inner demons now?" "Inner demons?" Ice Dragon pondered for a moment and sighed, "He's dead." "What?" The fire python's gaze trembled. Ice Dragon looked at the fire python with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Since you're so concerned about the inner demons, it seems that your relationship with Qin Feiyang is quite good." No. I was just asking casually, please don't think too much about it." The fire python hurriedly said. "That better be the case." Ice Dragon snorted coldly and said, "Go and come back quickly. If anyone asks, just say that the inner demons and Lu Jiajin are both dead." "Yes." The fire python respectfully replied and said, "But Lord, the altar in the Sea of Reincarnation is only a one-way teleportation. How do I get out?" Ice Dragon said, "Nonsense, of course it's to open the door to the miracle. This, although we guardians don't need the 10 clusters of alchemy fire to open the miracle, if we open the door to the miracle now, I'm afraid it will cause a commotion in the 2 continents. After all, the miracle will only open once every 10,000 years." The fire python said. Ice Dragon was slightly stunned and nodded. "That's true. After pondering for a while, Ice Dragon pointed at the altar next to the fire python and said, "How about this? This emperor will link this altar with the altar in the Sea of Reincarnation." Link together. The fire python was stunned and said, "Wouldn't this become a two-way teleportation?" "Yes. This will be convenient for you. If you're bored in the future, you can also go to the two continents to relax." Ice Dragon joked. "I wouldn't dare." The fire python shook its head like a rattledrum. Back then, the fire dragon wanted to leave the miracle, which was why the golden small beast removed him as a guardian. Ice Dragon's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. "What does it matter? Didn't you say that if this emperor doesn't say anything, who will know?" The fire python smiled bitterly. "Lord, please don't tease this lowly one anymore. Even if this lowly one had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to have such thoughts." Ice Dragon laughed. "You didn't fall for it. Looks like Boss Frog didn't choose the wrong person this time. You're a qualified guardian. It's indeed a pit of fire." The fire python muttered in fear. Fortunately, it could resist the temptation and didn't listen to Ice Dragon. Otherwise, it would have ended up like the fire dragon back then. Ice Dragon waved its claw and a palm-sized token appeared and flew to the fire python. "This is..." The fire python was suspicious. "I'll send you out. When you give the pill to Qin Feiyang, crush this token and you'll be able to return to the miracle." Ice Dragon said. "Thank you, Lord." The fire python hurriedly bowed and thanked it before putting away the token and the pill. Although the altar in the Sea of Reincarnation could directly enter the miracle, it was troublesome to run around. "Remember, don't stay." Ice Dragon waved its claw again and the fire python instantly disappeared. Great Qin. Sea of Reincarnation. After the inner demons and the others left, Qin Yuan and the snow python didn't leave. They stood at the bottom of the sea and looked at the dim altar, thinking about their own matters. But suddenly, their eyes trembled and they hurriedly rushed out of the sea. They saw a fiery red beast floating in the sky. It was the fire python. It looked around curiously. This was the first time it came to this unfamiliar continent. The fire python's cultivation wasn't strong. It was an early-stage god of war. However, Qin Yuan and the snow python both felt a great pressure from it. Qin Yuan asked cautiously, "May I ask who you are?" The fire python sized up Qin Yuan and the snow python and said in surprise, "There's actually such a strong person in this place. It seems that you're the guardians of this place." "Yes." Qin Yuan nodded. The fire python smiled and said, "Then we're on the same side." "On the same side?" Qin Yuan and the snow python looked at each other, their eyes filled with suspicion. The fire python said, "I'm the guardian of the miracle." "Guardian of the miracle?" The snow python raised its eyebrows. Qin Yuan was also surprised and said, "You're the guardian of the miracle?" "Yes. I've just been appointed." The fire python said. Qin Yuan said in realization, "So that's the case. I was wondering why I didn't have any impression of you before." "The previous protector was my father," said the emperor. "This time, I'm here under orders. May I ask if this is Great Qin or Forgotten Continent?" The fire python asked. "I'm here under orders." Qin Yuan and the snow python didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly said, "This is Great Qin's reincarnation ocean." "So this is the reincarnation ocean." The fire python nodded and glanced at the surrounding ocean and asked, "Where is Qin Feiyang now?" "Feiyang?" Qin Yuan's expression changed. Was he here under orders or for Feiyang? Could it be that the golden small beast wanted to harm Feiyang? The snow python's eyes flickered. The fire python looked at them and asked suspiciously, "Is there a problem?" Qin Yuan said calmly, "I won't hide it from you. Feiyang is already dead." "Already dead?" The fire python was stunned and looked at Qin Yuan curiously and asked, "Can you tell me what's your relationship with Qin Feiyang?" "I'm not related to him." Qin Yuan shook his head. The fire python said playfully, if you're not related, why are you protecting him? I'm not protecting him. Qin Yuan hurriedly said. Enough. Stop pretending. The inner demons have already explained everything to me. Qin Feiyang is not dead. The fire python said. This, Qin Yuan didn't know what to do. You're lying to me. Do you know what the consequences would be if I were to report all of this to Lord Divine Beast? I'm afraid both of you will die. The fire python said with an unfriendly expression. I wouldn't dare. Qin Yuan hurriedly lowered his head and said. The fire python shouted, then quickly bring me to see him. Okay. Qin Yuan nodded. The fire python looked at the snow python and said, you don't have to follow me. Yes. The snow python respectfully replied. Although Qin Yuan and the snow python were also guardians and were stronger than the fire python, there were different levels of guardians. The fire python, the guardian of the miracle, had a higher status than them. Qin Yuan waved his hand and swept up the fire python. In an instant, they arrived above Iron Ox Town. Then, he looked at the fire python with a nervous expression. Because the villagers of Iron Ox Town had all been resurrected, the town was no longer as deserted as before. The villagers were united and rebuilt the town. Their faces were filled with happy smiles. However, they didn't notice Qin Yuan and the fire python in the sky. Chapter 1890. High up in the sky. The fire python looked at the nervous Qin Yuan and shook its head with a smile. Don't be nervous. Actually, I'm friends with Brother Qin. Friends? Qin Yuan was stunned. Yes. Brother Qin and I got to know each other after a fight. And this time, I'm not here to harm Brother Qin. I'm here to save him. The fire python said. Save Feiyang. Qin Yuan's body trembled as he asked, how? The fire python said with a smile, Lord Ice Dragon gave me a divine pill, saying that it can help Brother Qin regain his cultivation. Qin Yuan was overjoyed and quickly bowed. Thank you, Your Excellency. The fire python said, I'm just a runaway. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Lord Ice Dragon. Qin Yuan asked suspiciously, then why does Lord Ice Dragon want to save Feiyang? I don't understand. But I guess it should be related to the inner demons. Not long ago, after the inner demons entered the miracle site, they immediately went to the third level. Not long after, Lord Ice Dragon appeared and asked me to send the divine pill. The fire python frowned, looking confused. It seems that it's really the inner demons' credit. Qin Yuan sighed and said, then why did you look like you came with ill intentions? It's because of the snow python. I can see at a glance that that guy has ill intentions, so I deliberately put on a show. The fire python smiled. I see. Qin Yuan nodded and smiled in admiration. Your Excellency is really insightful. Actually, to be honest, we've heard rumors about you. What do you mean? The fire python was curious. Qin Yuan said, you know Mu Tianyang and the others, right? Yes. It was this emperor who personally sent them to the ancient realm. The fire python nodded. Before they entered the miracle site, they said that Feiyang has a good relationship with the current guardian. And when Feiyang was in the miracle site, you took care of him. However, I haven't seen you with my own eyes, so when I saw you for the first time, I didn't dare to make a judgment. And you know that we guardians can't decide many things by ourselves. That's why I hid the truth from you just now. Qin Yuan said. That's true. In the eyes of outsiders, we guardians have powerful backers and are very impressive. But in fact, we don't have the freedom to choose. For example, if Lord Beast God gave the order to kill Brother Qin, I would have no choice but to obey. The fire python sighed. Yeah. Qin Yuan nodded. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Lord Beast God, they're everywhere. If they hear us, we'll be in big trouble. Bring me to see Brother Qin. The fire python said. This old man will go. Go in that direction. It's only about 1 or 2 li away. When you see a lake, Fei Yang is there. Qin Yuan pointed in the direction of the lake. The fire python looked at Qin Yuan deeply before releasing its spirit consciousness. Very quickly, it found the location of the lake. Without lingering any longer, it appeared above the lake in a flash. Qin Yuan stood in the sky above Iron Ox Town. With a wave of his hand, the scene by the lake appeared in the void before him. In front of the courtyard. Everyone didn't disperse. There was a worried look on their faces. The fire python glanced at everyone. A smile appeared in its eyes as it muttered, I didn't expect there to be so many people who care about Brother Qin. Swish! Suddenly, several figures flew up into the sky. It was Zhao Tailai and the others. Looking at the fire python, their faces were full of surprise. The fire python smiled, long time no see. Zhao Tailai was surprised, why are you here? Isn't it for Brother Qin? The fire python shrank its body and said, take me to see him. All right. Zhao Tailai nodded and hurriedly flew down with the fire python. Greetings, Lord Guardian. Fatso and the others who were familiar with the fire python bowed one after another. No need to be so polite. The fire python smiled. Under Zhao Tailai's lead, it went straight into the wooden building. At this moment, in the room, in addition to Lu Qiuyu and the mermaid princess, there were several other people. Di, Emperor Hong, Lu Yun, Emperor Chen, Tan Tai Li, and Second Grandpa. They were all Qin Fei Yang's close relatives. When Zhao Tailai led the fire python into the room, the group of people was shocked. Zhao Tailai quickly explained, everyone, don't be nervous. This is the guardian of the miracle. He is a very good friend of the young master. Tan Tai Li stepped forward and bowed to the fire python. She asked suspiciously, Lord, what are you doing here? She had already seen the fire python in the sealed place. The fire python glanced at her and flew above Qin Fei Yang. Divine sense poured into Qin Fei Yang's body. After a careful inspection, it sighed, the inner demons really didn't lie to me. According to the current situation, there is nothing that can wake him up. Inner demons? Everyone was stunned. Zhao Tailai was surprised, Lord, the inner demons have already entered the miracle. The others were also suspicious. Don't you know? Everyone's reaction made the fire python a little stunned. I don't know. Zhao Tailai shook his head and said, he said that he would go to the Forgotten Continent, but I didn't expect him to go directly to the miracle without saying a word. I see. It seems that he didn't want you to worry, so he didn't tell you. I have to admit that he is really a loyal inner demons. The fire python sighed. Then where is he now? Why didn't he come back together? Zhao Tailai asked. The fire python hesitated and said, we will talk later. I will save Qin Fei Yang first. Save Fei Yang? Lu Qiuyu and the others heard and looked at the fire python in unison. The fire python took out the divine pill and said, who are you? Let him eat it. The mermaid princess shuddered and quickly grabbed the divine pill. She gently pried open Qin Fei Yang's lips and put the divine pill in. Everyone immediately looked at Qin Fei Yang. Their nervous expressions were filled with anticipation. Boom! Not long after the divine pill entered Qin Fei Yang's mouth, a majestic energy roared out from Qin Fei Yang's body. And around his body, there were 10 dragon-shaped core qi dancing. 10 dragon-shaped core qi, this is no longer just a divine pill. Zhao Tailai muttered. Tang Hai and the others, who came in later, were also shocked. Emperor Hong asked nervously, Lord Guardian, what kind of pill is this? Can it really save Fei Yang? The fire python said confidently, saving him is definitely not a problem. After all, it is a peerless divine pill bestowed by Lord Ice Dragon. What? This was given to you by the Ice Dragon? Zhao Tailai was shocked. Yes. The fire python nodded. How is this possible? Back then, the ice dragon almost killed the young master. How could he be kind enough to save the young master? Zhao Tai Lai and the others who knew about it all had faces of disbelief. Buzz! Suddenly, the 10 dragon-shaped core chi dancing in the air entered Qin Feiyang's glabella one after another. The fire python hurriedly sank his divine consciousness into Qin Feiyang's sea of consciousness. The 10 dragon-shaped core chi merged with the last trace of Qin Feiyang's consciousness one by one. After the fusion was complete, strands of divine consciousness continuously emerged. 100 strands. 1,000 strands. 10,000 strands. 30,000 strands. 50,000 strands. In less than 10 breaths, 100,000 strands of divine consciousness were born in Qin Feiyang's sea of consciousness. Following that, 100,000 strands of divine consciousness intertwined and merged. Finally, a pocket-sized person suddenly appeared. This pocket-sized person was only about the size of a thumb. Its appearance was exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's. That was right. This was Qin Feiyang's soul. His soul sat cross-legged in the center of his sea of consciousness, holding a 9-leaf fire lotus in one hand and a crimson battle sword in the other. At the same time, there was also a purple-gold divine dragon that circled his soul and danced in the air. His entire person looked like a god. The appearance of his soul means that the young master has been saved. No, he's about to wake up. That's not right either. Zhao Tailai's body trembled. He was so excited that he could barely speak. Boom! As soon as Zhao Tailai finished speaking, a surge of divine might surged out of Qin Feiyang's body. However, it was not strong. However, it was growing rapidly. Meanwhile, 3 types of divine powers surged out of Qin Feiyang's empty sea of qi like a tidal wave. The divine phoenix saber hovering in his sea of qi absorbed the divine dragon's power that it had not felt for a long time. The divine might was even more terrifying. The entire wooden building was shaking violently. The people and beasts gathered in the courtyard outside looked up at the wooden building in shock. When the blood Qilin saw that the situation was unfavorable, it hastily formed a crimson barrier around Qin Feiyang. Looking at Qin Feiyang's sea of consciousness again. After the divine soul appeared, the 4 forms of the divine dragon's secret art also appeared one after another. Boom! Finally, the divine might emitted by Qin Feiyang had reached the peak of the initial stage of War God. However, it did not stop. It was still soaring. What's going on? Everyone was surprised. The fire python's eyes were also filled with disbelief. Could it be that the divine pill that Lord Ice Dragon gave Qin Feiyang could not only save Qin Feiyang but also increase his cultivation? Thinking of this, the fire python once again sank its divine sense into Qin Feiyang's sea of consciousness. It immediately saw waves of divine sense being born like waves and absorbed by the divine soul. Sure enough, it's really a blessing in disguise. The fire python whispered. About a few hundred breaths passed. Boom! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's aura suddenly soared to the initial stage of War God. And the divine soul that was originally only the size of a thumb had grown to the size of a baby's fist. The growth of the divine soul would change with the increase of cultivation. In other words, the stronger the cultivation, the bigger the divine soul. Haha, it's really like the saying, those who survive a great disaster are bound to have good fortune in the future. Zhao Tailai raised his head and laughed, tears streaming down his face. Swish! Right at this moment, Qin Feiyang's tightly shut eyes abruptly opened. 2 resplendent rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. Feiyang! Young master! A group of people immediately swarmed forward, surrounding the beds so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Mother? Grandfather? Grandfather? Father? Great-grandfather? Second grandpa? Mermaid princess? Qin Feiyang glanced at the familiar faces, his eyes gradually became confused, and asked suspiciously, I'm not dead? Yes, 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 you're not dead. It's the guardian of the miracle that saved you. Lu Qiuyu nodded repeatedly, tears falling uncontrollably. The rest of the people were also crying tears of joy. The suppressed emotions in their hearts burst out. Chapter 1891. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I never thought that I would hurt you. The mermaid princess lay in Qin Feiyang's arms, her face full of self-blame as she cried bitterly. Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess, then looked at everyone. After a long while, he finally recovered. He really didn't die. But, when he opened the gate of reincarnation, he clearly felt that his body and soul had dissipated and merged with the gate of reincarnation. It was a child who used the heart of origin of the Black Tortoise realm to reconstruct your body. Then the fire python sent you a divine pill. Not only did it allow you to regain your cultivation, but it also allowed you to break through to the level of a war god. Zhao Tailai said. Child. Heart of origin. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He checked his cultivation and found that he had indeed stepped into the level of a war god. The mermaid princess was already in tears. Qin Feiyang calmed himself down, raised his arm, and held the mermaid princess's face. His eyes were incomparably gentle as he smiled and said, Silly woman, this isn't your fault. Why are you blaming yourself? But, the mermaid princess shook her head. All right. So many people are watching, don't cry. Qin Feiyang smiled. The mermaid princess was stunned. Only then did she realize that there was still a large group of people around her. Her face immediately flushed red. Qin Feiyang said, Help me up. The mermaid princess nodded. She grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm with one hand and supported Qin Feiyang's back with the other. Qin Feiyang slowly sat up, leaned against the head of the bed, and looked at everyone apologetically. I'm sorry to have made you worry. What are you saying? You are our child. If we don't worry about you, who should we worry about? Moreover, you sacrificed yourself to save us. We are already very upset. But fortunately, you are fine. Otherwise, we would blame ourselves for the rest of our lives. Lu Qiuyu said. Qin Feiyang looked at his mother and then looked at the others. He had never felt so satisfied before. Because he finally had a complete family. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the fire python that floated above him. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Hua, you've saved my life again. Tell me, how should I repay this great kindness and kindness? The fire python glared at Qin Feiyang and said, Don't treat me like an outsider by saying this between us. However, this time, the one who saved you was not me. It's not you. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. It's the inner demons and the ice dragon. The fire python sighed. Inner demons, ice dragon. Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly, his eyes trembled. He exclaimed, The inner demons went to find the ice dragon? Yes. The fire python nodded. Where is he now? Qin Feiyang asked. The fire python hesitated and sighed. He's your inner demons. You should be able to feel it. Looking at the fire python's expression, Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He immediately closed his eyes. How could this be? Soon. He opened his eyes. His gaze was dull. No matter how far away he and the inner demons were, they could sense each other's existence. And they could also communicate with each other through their minds. But at this moment, he couldn't feel the existence of the inner demons. There was only one explanation for this situation. The inner demons were dead. It seems that you've figured it out. Then I don't need to say anything more. But I have to tell you about Lu Jiejin's situation. He's dead too. The fire python said. What? Jin is dead too. Second grandpa and the others' expressions changed. Yes. This is what the ice dragon said. It shouldn't be false. The fire python said. How could this be? The old masters of the Lu family swayed. Their faces were pale. The fire python looked at the few of them. Then, it looked at Qin Feiyang and said, This emperor has already done what Lord Ice Dragon instructed me to do. It is time for me to leave. Rest well for a while. This emperor will wait for you at the divine trace. Qin Feiyang exhaled and looked at the fire python with a smile. Thank you. I won't see you off then. The fire python nodded and took out the token. After crushing the token, the fire python quickly disappeared. Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and glanced at everyone. He secretly sighed. Originally, because of his rebirth, everyone was very happy. But now, because of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin's death, they were in grief. Indeed, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess and said, Let everyone calm down for a while. Accompany me for a walk. Okay. The mermaid princess nodded. She helped Qin Feiyang up and left the room. Zhao Tai-Lai and the Blood Kirin looked at Lu Qiuyu and the others. They sighed and silently followed Qin Feiyang out. Young master. Boss Qin. Feiyang. Seeing Qin Feiyang walk out, Yan Wei, Ren Wushuang, and Ling Yunfei were all overjoyed. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one and smiled. Thank you for always being with me. We should be the ones thanking you. If it wasn't for you, we would have all become lonely ghosts. Everyone laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled and nodded at the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess helped Qin Feiyang out of the yard. Everyone consciously retreated to the side, but when they looked at Qin Feiyang, they were puzzled. Why did Qin Feiyang look so unhappy? Old Zhao, what's going on? Yan Wei whispered. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin are dead. Zhao Tai-Lai sighed. What? Yan Wei and the others' faces changed. Big brother, Lu Zheng's face turned pale. By the lake. Qin Feiyang stood next to a green rock, motionless as he looked at the lake. He was silent. The mermaid princess was very obedient. She quietly accompanied Qin Feiyang. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feiyang suddenly covered his face and cried. The mermaid princess wanted to comfort him, but she didn't know where to start. I have been sensing for a long time, but I still can't feel the inner demons. He is really dead. Qin Feiyang murmured, his face twisted in pain. Feiyang, looking at Qin Feiyang's appearance, the mermaid princess felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. Do you know? They must have died to save me. I came back to life, but they are dead. I really don't know why God is doing this to me. What did I do wrong? I opened the gate of rebirth to protect the people around me, but now, I really didn't want it to be like this. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Little drops of tears flowed through his fingers. The mermaid princess also couldn't help but comfort him. I believe that they have no regrets. Don't blame yourself, okay? Don't blame myself. I really can't do it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. After a long time, he lowered his arm, looked up at the sky, and murmured, The ice dragon saved me. I should be grateful to it, but I won't let it go. Feiyang, the fact that the ice dragon brought you back from the dead means that its strength is far beyond what you can compare to. Don't do anything stupid. The mermaid princess hurriedly advised. Qin Feiyang turned to the mermaid princess and said, Don't worry, I know what to do. I will live well and not let down the inner demons and big cousin. The mermaid princess sighed in relief. Qin Feiyang reached out and hugged the mermaid princess. A smile appeared on his face. I've wronged you all these years. I swear, I won't let go in the future. You can't escape from me either. The mermaid princess's cheeks blushed. She snuggled in Qin Feiyang's arms and said, I won't let you leave me. Even if you say that I'm shameless, I will still cling to you. Thank you for always loving me, Qin Feiyang murmured. The mermaid princess raised her head and looked into Qin Feiyang's eyes. She smiled and said, I also thank you for always thinking of me. The two hugged each other affectionately. The two's figures were reflected on the surface of the lake. A gentle breeze blew, blowing their hair and clothes. At this moment, everything seemed to be frozen in place, becoming an eternity. The lovers finally got married. Yes. After going through so much, the young master finally opened his heart. To be honest, I'm not used to hearing the young master say such mushy words. But the young master still hasn't learned. In such a loving atmosphere, he didn't even kiss her. Looks like I have to teach him how to be a real man. Zhao Tailai, Willow Tree, Li Jian, Yu Huang, and the others hid behind a rock not far away. They secretly looked at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess and whispered. Big brother, why did you leave me? Can you come back? I promise I'll listen to you in the future. I'll do whatever you ask me to do, at the same time. On a small hill behind the courtyard, Lu Zheng sat alone on the grass. He hugged his head and cried softly. Not far away. A woman in white stood silently beside a small tree. She looked at Lu Zheng with a trace of pity in her eyes. This woman was none other than Lu Hong. Previously. After Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess left, Lu Zheng also left silently. Originally, Lu Hong wanted to see Qin Feiyang, but she thought that with the mermaid princess accompanying him, she didn't need to worry. So she followed Lu Zheng all the way here. She didn't expect that this man, who usually looked frivolous and like a big boy, would have such a fragile side. I'm sorry, I don't know how to comfort you. I'll always be with you. Lu Hong walked over and lowered her head to look at Lu Zheng. She sat beside Lu Zheng and whispered. Thank you. Lu Zheng murmured and slowly leaned his head on Lu Hong's shoulder. Lu Hong didn't resist this time. Instead, she raised her arm and gently hugged Lu Zheng's head. Lu Zheng pondered for a while and said, We've known each other for so long. You still don't know about my past, right? Lu Hong nodded. Lu Zheng really didn't talk about these things before. My parents died many years ago, and they died right in front of me. Do you know? At that time, I felt like the whole sky was collapsing. At the same time, I also hated them. Do you know who I hate? It's my little cousin. However, although my parents are dead, I still have a big brother who loves me. He has always been by my side, encouraging me, and enlightening me. I slowly walked out of my sadness and let go of my hatred for my little cousin. The eldest brother is like a father to me. After my parents died, my eldest brother was like a father to me. He is the person I care about the most. Lu Zheng said. Chapter 1892. Lu Hong's eyes trembled slightly when she heard this. She asked, Why do you hate Qin Feiyang? Could it be that your mother's death has something to do with him? Yes. Back then, when he was born in our Lu family, there was a strange phenomenon that alarmed the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor led people to take my cousin away. My parents stepped forward to protect them, but they were killed by the demon ancestor. Lu Zheng said. I see. Lu Hong murmured. No wonder she had never seen Lu Zheng's parents before. It turned out that they were already dead when Qin Feiyang was born. Lu Hong sighed and asked, So, you knew the truth in the past? Yes. I knew all about it. But I didn't want to talk about it, let alone remember it. Because this memory is the pain of my life. I want to forget it. Do you understand? Lu Zheng said painfully. I understand. Lu Hong nodded. She really didn't expect that Lu Zheng had such a heavy memory hidden in his heart. During that time, I really hated it. I hated my cousin, I hated my uncle, and I hated my aunt. I hated them. Why did they come to the Lu family and implicate us? But Big Brother was different. He didn't hate my uncle, aunt, and my cousin at all. Instead, he blamed himself. He blamed himself for not being able to protect everyone. To be honest, I can't blame second grandpa for being biased. The gap between Big Brother and me is indeed very big. Lu Jing smiled bitterly. Lu Hong said, actually, second grandpa wasn't biased. He just didn't want you to bear too much burden. I know. Usually, when I said that he was biased, I was just saying it. Later, under Big Brother's guidance, I finally slowly let go of my resentment. However, from then on, I rarely saw Big Brother again. Lu Jing said. Rarely saw him again. Lu Hong was stunned. Yes. Since that incident, Big Brother has been obsessed with cultivation. I wanted to see him, but he didn't allow it. Actually, I know that it's not that he doesn't want to see me. It's because he doesn't want to be distracted. He wants to work hard to become stronger so that he can protect me and the family around him. Lu Jing said. Lu Hong smiled and said, your big brother is really an admirable man. Yeah. I'm very proud to have such a big brother. But, I didn't even have the time to have a proper conversation with him before he left. Furthermore, this time, it was to save my little cousin. My heart really hurts. Lu Jing clenched his fists and closed his eyes. His face was full of pain. Lu Hong said, then, do you hate Qin Feiyang now? My parents and big brother all died because of him. Tell me, how can I not hate him? But I know that I can't hate. Because no matter if it's my parents or big brother, they definitely don't want to see this scene. However, to be honest, this little cousin of mine is truly a calamity. Wherever he goes, he brings disaster. Lu Jing shook his head and smiled bitterly. A living disaster. Lu Hong looked up at the sky and sighed. Is this what Qin Feiyang wants to see? I know him too well. If he had a choice, he would definitely choose to die himself without hesitation. Lu Jing fell silent. The look in his eyes was extremely complicated. A moment later, he suddenly got up, wiped away his tears, and said with a smile, let's go and see my little cousin. Lu Hong looked at him in surprise. You're right. No one wants to see this kind of thing, but since it has already happened, we have to learn to face it. Big Brother is a man of indomitable spirit. I can't embarrass him. Lu Jing said with a smile. Lu Hong shook her head and smiled. She also got up. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Lu Jing and asked, why didn't you resurrect your parents when Qin Feiyang opened the gate of rebirth? Oh. Lu Jing was stunned. He slapped his head and said angrily, how could I forget about this? Ah. Lu Hong was stunned. Did he really forget? I lied to you. At that time, when they were killed, there was already nothing left of them. Lu Jing smiled. Bastard. Lu Hong immediately waved her fist angrily and punched Lu Zheng's chest. Lu Jing grabbed Lu Hong's wrist and raised his other arm to hug Lu Hong. His eyes softened. What are you doing? This sudden action caught Lu Hong off guard. Her cheeks were also flushed. Hong, Look, now that everything is over, can you consider accepting me? I promise that I will take good care of you in the future and give you a stable and happy home. Lu Jing held Lu Hong's hand tightly. His face was full of tenderness and anticipation. Isn't this too sudden? Lu Hong lowered her head. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Sudden what? I've been waiting for a long time. Besides, you already know my feelings. Anyway, in this life, I will marry no one but you, and we will have a lot of children. Lu Jing chuckled. A lot of children? What do you take me for? Lu Hong angrily shook off Lu Zheng's hand, turned around, and walked down the hill with a red face. Did I say anything wrong? Lu Jing scratched his head, looking confused. Lu Hong walked down the hill, looked back at Lu Zheng, and said angrily, why are you still standing there? Come down quickly. After saying that, She stretched out her hand and a smile appeared on her face. What do you mean? Lu Zheng was stunned. Suddenly, he seemed to understand. With a start, he ran down in surprise and said, Hong, let's make this clear first. If you dare to flirt outside in the future, I will not let you off easily. Lu Hong said. No, I won't. I promise. Lu Zheng was wild with joy. Like a child, he grabbed Lu Hong's hand and jumped up and down. Enough. You're already an adult, but you're still so childish. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lu Hong shook her head helplessly, but her face was full of a happy smile. No, they will only be envious. Lu Zheng chuckled, grabbed Lu Hong's hand firmly, and said, let's go find our little cousin and let him stop thinking about you. What thinking? Lu Hong was stunned. Of course it's thinking about you. Lu Zheng said. Lu Hong rolled her eyes. She knew Qin Feiyang's mind better than anyone else. He only had the mermaid princess in his heart. As for her, Lin Yi, and Ren Wushuang, they were just elder sister and younger sister. When the two held hands and appeared in everyone's sight, everyone's expression was quite surprised. Lu Hong couldn't stand everyone's gaze and wanted to get rid of Lu Zheng's evil clutches. However, Lu Zheng firmly held onto it and did not let go. He proudly walked through the crowd. Zheng, what are you doing? Second grandpa heard the commotion outside and walked out of the wooden building. He looked at Lu Zheng and asked. Second grandpa, let me formally introduce you. This is my wife, Lu Hong. Hong, you will follow me in the future and call him second grandpa. Lu Zheng bared his teeth and smiled. Lu Hong suddenly lowered her head shyly. Wife? Second grandpa was taken aback. He leaned over to Lu Zheng's ear and whispered, Kid, your development is too fast. Is it fast? I don't think so. I'm ready to get married on a date. Lu Zheng chuckled. Second grandpa's mouth twitched fiercely and said, Are you serious? Don't make fun of this old man. Of course, I'm serious. Lu Zheng nodded. Second grandpa looked at Lu Zheng for a moment and saw that he was not joking. He looked at Lu Hong again and said with a smile, Girl, you have to think carefully. I have watched this kid grow up. I know his character very well. He is very unreliable. Wait. Second grandpa, what do you mean? I finally tricked Hong into my hand. It's fine if you don't wish me well, but you're undermining me? Lu Zheng said angrily. Tricked? Lu Hong's face darkened. She turned her head and glared at Lu Zheng. Oh no. Lu Zheng's eyelids twitched. He quickly smiled and said, Hong, don't misunderstand. I was just excited and said the wrong thing, is that so? Lu Hong grabbed Lu Zheng's ear and said, Why do I feel that you are telling the truth? Ouch. Let go of me. I was wrong, okay? I will speak nicely in the future. Look, there are so many people watching. Can you save me some face? You can punish me however you want at night when there is no one around. I have no objections. Lu Zheng wailed miserably. At night? Punishment? When everyone heard this, their eyes suddenly became ambiguous. The double-winged snow eagle laughed and said, Little Hong, how are you going to punish this kid tonight? Do you even need to ask? Of course, I will whip him. The Golden Wolf King laughed sinisterly. When Lu Hong heard this, even the tips of her ears turned red. She pulled Lu Zheng's ear harder and harder and said angrily, Can you be more considerate when you speak in the future? Yes, it's my fault, madam, please let go. My ear is about to be destroyed, brothers, can you stop adding fuel to the fire? Lu Zheng looked at the Golden Wolf King and the group of ferocious beasts. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Adding fuel to the fire? You are too insensible. We are helping you. Don't you understand? The ferocious beasts pouted. Helping me? Lu Zheng's face twitched. He really did not see it. Standing in front of Lu Zheng, second grandpa looked at Lu Zheng's embarrassed face and could not help but smile. He said, "Not bad, not bad. Finally, someone can subdue a brat like you." This old man is very gratified. Old man, are you still gloating? Lu Zheng glared at second grandpa angrily. Ha, second grandpa laughed and looked at Lu Hong. He said with a smile, "Girl, this kid was born to be a troublemaker. I will have to trouble you in the future. Grandpa, you are too serious." Lu Hong hurriedly let go and looked at second grandpa. Lu Zheng rubbed his ear and glared at second grandpa. He was in a bad mood. "What are you staring at?" Second grandpa glanced at Lu Zheng and said to Lu Hong, "Girl, if he dares to bully you in the future, you can come to this old man. I will stand up for you and put righteousness before family." Put righteousness before family. Lu Hong was stunned. She looked at Lu Zheng with bad intentions. She looked at second grandpa and nodded with a smile. "Okay." Seeing Lu Hong and second grandpa singing the same tune, Lu Zheng's eyelids twitched violently. He quickly slipped away and ran toward Qin Feiyang. "I think this kid will have a hard time in the future. Everything has its vanquisher." This saying is true. Looking at the fleeing Lu family, everyone could not help but roar with laughter. But then again, Hong is suddenly getting married. I really can't bear to part with her. It can't be helped. After all, the girl has grown up. Sooner or later, she will become someone else's wife. The black dragon snake and the other beasts sighed. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Hong looked at everyone helplessly. This was just the beginning. How did she reach the point of getting married? Chapter 1893. By the lake. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess also saw this scene, and they were sincerely happy for Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng ran to the two of them and said helplessly, "I really wonder if second grandpa and the others picked me up from the river." "You should be content with what you have." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. "Yes. You should be content." Lu Zheng smiled and glanced at the mermaid princess. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet." "Congratulate me for what?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Lovers finally get married. Why don't we pick a date and get married together? Lu Zheng chuckled. Get married? The two of them were stunned. Mermaid Princess came to her senses and glanced at Qin Feiyang with some expectation in her eyes. However, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and remained silent. "You advised me to be content. Shouldn't you be content with what you have? Look at everything now. Isn't this what you've been waiting for?" Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang looked up and glanced at everyone. Zhao Tai and the others did not hide. They walked out from behind the stone and looked at Qin Feiyang with smiles on their faces. Lu Qiuyu and the others also walked out of the wooden building one after another with smiles on their faces. Although the death of Big Brother and the inner demons is a heavy blow to us, we have to live well for the dead. I believe that they think so too. Lu Zheng smiled. Qin Feiyang looked at everyone and then at Lu Zheng. He nodded and said, "Yes, we have to live well for them and live happily." Lu Zheng said, "Then let's pick a date now." Is it necessary to be so impatient? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Of course. Haven't you heard of this saying? Strike while the iron is hot, and eat while the iron is hot. What if Hong goes back on her word after a long time? Lu Zheng said. I know Lu Hong's character. As long as she has decided on something, she will definitely continue to do it. However, Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess and smiled, I should give you an answer. Lu Zheng glanced at the mermaid princess and asked, what's your answer? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then said to the mermaid princess, can you give me a bit more time? It's all right. In any case, I will always follow you from now on. The mermaid princess said with a smile. However, there was still a trace of disappointment in her eyes. You blockhead. Lu Zhen rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang, shook his head, and said, forget it, I won't meddle in your affairs. You do as you see fit. With that, he turned and left. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Zheng, reached out and touched the mermaid princess's cheek, and said, thank you. I can understand. The mermaid princess nestled in Qin Feiyang's arms and said, as long as you don't leave me behind in the future and let me stay by your side forever, I will already be very happy and satisfied. I will. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and said with a smile, let's go to the Sea of Despair. After all, I promised your father that after you resurrected, I would immediately take you to see him. I'll listen to you. The mermaid princess nodded. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Lu Qiuyu and the others, and said with a smile, mother, father, grandfather, I'm going to the Sea of Reincarnation. You guys settle everyone down. Go. Lu Qiuyu waved and smiled. Immediately, Qin Feiyang pulled the mermaid princess and stepped into the air step by step. This kid, what exactly is he thinking? Why don't you get married with such a good opportunity? So that we can have grandchildren as soon as possible. The emperor said unhappily. Lu Qiuyu laughed, the child has grown up and has his own thoughts, we don't have to worry about it. But, the emperor wanted to say something, but Emperor Hong interrupted him and shook his head, don't count on Feiyang to carry on our Qin clan's bloodline, because his footsteps still have to continue. That's right, Great Qin and Forgotten Continent are too small to accommodate him. The mysterious lady looked at Qin Feiyang's back and sighed. Above a mountain range. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess held hands tightly as they walked towards the Sea of Despair while looking at the scenery below. Feiyang, wait. Suddenly, an old voice came from the void behind them. Uncle Yuan. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He stopped and turned around to look. He saw a white-haired old man standing in the air not far away. Qin Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang and lowered his head in shame. What's going on? Qin Feiyang walked over suspiciously. The mermaid princess followed beside Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, there's something you don't know yet. What is it? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. When you opened the gate of reincarnation, Uncle Yuan sent the blood of the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang into the gate of reincarnation. Because of this, the inner demons almost went berserk. The mermaid princess said. So it's because of this. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Why aren't you surprised at all? The mermaid princess was surprised. At that time, when the gate of reincarnation disappeared, my consciousness had a moment of awakening, and it was I who asked that child to stop the inner demons. So, I know about this. Qin Feiyang smiled. Qin Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, do you hate me? Why should I hate you? Qin Feiyang asked. Qin Yuan said, it's because of the demon ancestor and the others that everyone died, and it's also because of them that you opened the gate of reincarnation, okay? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, everyone has something that they have to do. You are the same, and I am the same. In my heart, you will always be my most respected Uncle Yuan. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze, and his eyes couldn't help but become misty. He said, thank you, Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, however, I'm really curious. Why did you save them? Uncle Yuan said, this matter has something to do with Dong Zhengyang. Dong Zhengyang, Qin Feiyang muttered, and his eyes flickered. Dong Zhengyang told me that back then, he used the Eye of Destiny and saw a very terrifying scene, so he was killed by the small beast. Uncle Yuan said. Qin Feiyang asked, then what did he see? Qin Yuan said, the sky fell and the earth cracked, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering, and even the world was destroyed. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. The mermaid princess was also shocked. Qin Yuan said, and the ones who destroyed this world were the small beast and the ice dragon. How is that possible? Although their methods are indeed terrifying, it's not enough to destroy this world. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. At first, I didn't believe it either, so when the inner demons asked me in the Butterfly Valley, I didn't say much. However, later on, when I went to seal the Chief Tower Master and Zhuge Shenfeng with the snow python, Dong Zhenyang came to me again and showed me the scene he saw back then. To be honest, I still didn't dare to believe it. After all, the future is too uncertain. However, I didn't dare to not believe it completely. What if it really happened in the future? So after thinking about it, I chose to take a gamble. Qin Yuan said, okay. Even if what Dong Zhenyang said is true, what does this have to do with reviving the demon ancestor and the others? Why did they go to the ancient world? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Dong Zhenyang told me this. Back then, when he saw the world being destroyed, he also saw a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. Qin Yuan said. Qin Feiyang said, don't tell me that this glimmer of hope is the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang. They are just one of them. There is also you, Mermaid Princess, Lin Yi, Lu Jiajin, and so on. Qin Yuan said. The Mermaid Princess was stunned. How is it related to me? Because you opened the eye of life. And the hope that Dong Zhenyang saw was the 10 heaven-defying fighting souls. According to him, the owners of the 10 heaven-defying fighting souls will be the only hope to fight against the small beast and the ice dragon in the future. Qin Yuan said. 10 heaven-defying fighting souls, Qin Feiyang frowned. That sounded a little too incredible. Yes. The owners of the 10 heaven-defying fighting souls were basically talented people, but to fight against the small beast and the ice dragon, I'm afraid they are still far from it. In the beginning, he used the seal of fate to control you. He also hoped that you and the demon ancestor would stop killing each other. After all, you are all unruly people. If he doesn't control you, you won't listen to him at all. Of course, it is undeniable that he also has some selfish motives. He wants to defeat the small beast and let the snow python restore the body of the white dragon. As for going to the ancient realm, it is because in the ancient realm, everyone can grow up as soon as possible. Qin Yuan said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, last time you said that Dong Zhenyang and the snow python used to be partners? Yes. Qin Yuan nodded. It seems that he is also a loyal person. If what he said is true, I will contribute when the time comes. But if he has ulterior motives, then I will let him know the price of deceiving us. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. The Mermaid Palace Master said, Feiyang, even if what Dong Zhenyang said is true, now, Big Cousin has already sacrificed himself. As for Lu Jiajin's death, this old man also knows. However, Dong Zhenyang also said that you, who have the 10 heaven-defying fighting souls, will not die before the world is destroyed. Qin Yuan said. Will not die. You mean, Big Cousin is still alive? Qin Feiyang said in surprise. This old man doesn't know either. You can't believe Dong Zhenyang's words completely. Qin Yuan shook his head. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. When I go to the ancient realm, I will find Dong Zhenyang to figure it out. Qin Yuan said with a smile, now that you have grown up, you have your own judgment. This old man doesn't need to worry about it anymore. You can go and do your best. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, you haven't seen Grandpa for so many years. Don't you want to go and see him? Now that the knot in my heart has been untied, I will definitely go. You guys should go and relax. Don't worry about the affairs of us old fellows. Qin Yuan said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to leave with the Mermaid Princess. Qin Yuan looked at their backs and let out a long sigh of relief. He also turned and flew toward the lake. Chapter 1894. The Sea of Despair. As usual, it was bone-chillingly cold. This sea, because it was the habitat of the mermaid clan, was not damaged at all. The undersea city was still as lively and prosperous as before. Qin Feiyang brought the mermaid princess through the desert of death and arrived above the coastline of the Sea of Despair. Qin Feiyang glanced at the sea in front of him and said with a smile, "Do you still remember the scene when we first met?" The mermaid princess was taken aback. Thinking back carefully, her cheeks suddenly blushed. Of course, she remembered the scene of their first encounter. At that time, she was lying on a rock, basking in the sun. Because of the desert of death, no one could come to the Sea of Despair, so she was at ease and dared to bare her body. But in the end, she was seen by Qin Feiyang and the others, and there was a lot of friction. Qin Feiyang said proudly, "At that time, you probably didn't think that you would like me." "Who likes you? Don't be so smug." The mermaid princess rolled her eyes at him. "Ha!" Qin Feiyang laughed, looked up at the sea, and said, "I remember that the sea is very cold. Back then, when I touched the water, my fingers were frozen." "What was your cultivation level at that time?" "It's definitely different now. After all, you're already a war god at the small completion stage." The mermaid princess said. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile, grabbed the mermaid princess, and jumped into the sea. The cold sea swept over. But Qin Feiyang didn't feel cold at all. "I miss it so much." The mermaid princess slapped the sea with both hands, like a little elf, and laughed happily. "Yeah. I miss it so much." Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess and muttered. "You don't live here, what do you miss?" The mermaid princess was puzzled. But when she looked at Qin Feiyang, she found that Qin Feiyang was staring at her. "What are you looking at?" The mermaid princess was suspicious. She lowered her head and looked at herself. Her face immediately turned red. Under the immersion of the seawater, the clothes on her body became translucent, faintly discernible. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses. Looking at that beautiful face, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Subsequently, he glanced around and saw that there was no one around. Then, he hugged the mermaid princess' slender waist. Their bodies were instantly pressed against each other. The mermaid princess's cheeks were almost dripping water. Qin Feiyang felt a fire burning in his heart. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss the mermaid princess' lips. The mermaid princess's heart was also pounding, and she slowly closed her eyes. Voila! However, at this moment, the sea surface not far away exploded, and two mermaids rushed out. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were taken aback and turned their heads to look. The two mermaids scanned the surrounding sea surface and soon saw Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. "Princess? Qin Feiyang?" Looking at Qin Feiyang and mermaid princess, the two mermaids were taken aback at first, and then they immediately looked ecstatic. But then, they were stunned again, looking at the ambiguous posture of Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess at the moment. One of the mermaids muttered, hey, we seem to have come out at the wrong time. It's not as if, it's originally." The other mermaid said. The two of them immediately quivered. "Princess, young Master Qin, I'm really sorry, we just heard movement on the sea surface, so we came up to check, but we didn't expect it to be you. Sorry to disturb. I'm really sorry, we'll leave right away. You can continue." After the two mermaids finished speaking, they slipped into the sea and disappeared. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded as he watched. The mermaid princess's cheeks were boiling hot. She lowered her head and murmured, Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and looked down at the mermaid princess's red cheeks. The flame in his heart burned again. At this moment, the woman in his arms was like a ripe apple, making it difficult for him to suppress the restlessness in his heart. Qin Feiyang whispered, "They shouldn't come again, we." The mermaid princess buried herself in Qin Feiyang's arms and nodded. "If you're like this, how can I, then what do you want me to do?" "Raise your head." "I won't." "Raise it." "No." "Then I'll do it." "You dare." See if I dare. Rogue, I'm going to shout for help. Go ahead and shout until your throat breaks. It's useless. Just as Qin Feiyang regrouped and kissed her again, another mermaid appeared with a splash. My bad temper, do you have any eyes? Qin Feiyang was annoyed. Ahem, are you talking about me? The mermaid coughed dryly. This voice, Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. The mermaid princess was also slightly stunned. She turned her head and her face suddenly changed. She hurriedly pushed Qin Feiyang away and condensed a boundary to isolate the sea water and evaporate the water on her dress. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to look. He looked at the mermaid princess and asked, Is it true? It's true. The mermaid princess nodded. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and then a bright smile appeared on his face. He turned to look at the mermaid and said, Uncle, good morning. That's right. The mermaid that appeared this time was the mermaid princess's father. Good morning. The mermaid emperor looked up at the sky and said meaningfully, It's not early anymore. Is it? Qin Feiyang laughed. It's all your fault. The mermaid princess rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and looked at the mermaid emperor. Daughter greets father. You still know that I'm your father. When you secretly left the Sea of Despair, didn't you think of this old thing? Sure enough, a grown girl can't be kept at home. The mermaid emperor looked at the mermaid princess with a straight face and snorted coldly. The mermaid princess was a little confused and pulled Qin Feiyang's clothes. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, Uncle, look at the beautiful weather. Shouldn't we talk about something happy? The mermaid emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and then looked at the nervous mermaid princess. He laughed and said, Silly girl, I'm just joking with you. Seeing that you're back, I can't be happier. Father, the mermaid princess was stunned. She looked up at the mermaid emperor and could not help but cry. The mermaid emperor sighed and stepped forward to grab the mermaid princess's hand. His face was full of love and said, Girl, it's been hard on you. It's not hard. The mermaid princess shook her head. All right, it's good that you're back. Let's go home. The mermaid emperor pulled the mermaid princess and swam to the bottom of the sea. Qin Feiyang followed behind the two awkwardly. The mermaid emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang and asked coldly, Boy, if I didn't come out, would you take the opportunity to eat my daughter? Qin Feiyang was stunned and laughed dryly. Uncle, where did this come from? Father, what are you talking about? The mermaid princess blushed and said angrily. Did I say something wrong? You're still too young. Men are basically the same. Before you get it, you treat it like a treasure. But after you get it, you have a different attitude. The mermaid emperor said. Father, Feiyang is not that kind of person. The mermaid princess said. In short, before we get married, boy, you'd better behave yourself. The mermaid emperor snorted coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly. He had no choice. This was his future father-in-law. He could not afford to offend him. Undersea City. It was an enormous city made up of palaces of various sizes. The glazed tiles of various colors were glowing in the water. Colorful corals, seaweed of all shapes and sizes, and shells as white as jade decorated the city, making it look like a fairyland. There were also large and small glazed tiles, agates, and pearls. There were even many rare treasures of heaven and earth, such as water-repelling beads and cold-repelling beads. It could be said that any item here would be priceless in the outside world. But here, they were just exquisite decorations. There were also countless mermaids of all kinds. Some were extremely ugly. Some were very beautiful. In short, this was a very beautiful place. There were all kinds of strange things. The mermaid emperor led the mermaid princess and Qin Feiyang straight to a gorgeous palace. This was the palace of the mermaid clan. More than 20 mermaids stood neatly on both sides of the main hall. They all had 2 pairs of wings. The mermaid on the left was White Wing. The mermaid on the right was Black Wing. Qin Feiyang was no stranger to these mermaids. The White Wing mermaid was called the White Wing Guard. The Black Wing mermaid was called the Black Wing Guard. And in the center of the main hall, there were two mermaids standing side by side. One of them had white wings and the other had black wings, but there were 3 pairs of wings on their backs. Obviously, they both had the cultivation of a war master. When the mermaid emperor led Qin Feiyang and his wife into the main hall, the 2 mermaids immediately bowed and said, "White-winged monarch, black-winged monarch, welcome princess and Lord Qin." The mermaid princess walked up and said with a smile, "Uncles, there's no need to be so polite. It's good that the princess is back. Yes, all these years, when you left home, your father couldn't eat and couldn't sleep at night. We were anxious to see him." The 2 sighed. "How can it be as exaggerated as you say?" The mermaid emperor shook his head and smiled. He walked to the throne above and waved his hand. "Sit down and talk." The 2 mermaids sat on the 2 chairs on the left. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess sat on the 2 chairs on the right. The mermaid emperor smiled and said, "Qin Feiyang, I don't need to introduce these 2, right?" Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 mermaids and said with a smile, "If I remember correctly, you 2 are the White Wing King and Black Wing King who wanted to seize the throne at that time." When the 2 heard this, their bodies trembled slightly. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Don't be nervous. It's all in the past. I won't bother about it anymore." "Thank you, young Master Qin." The 2 of them quickly stood up and thanked him. In fact, they were worried that Qin Feiyang would cause trouble for them this time. One had to know. The current Qin Feiyang was no longer the same as before. To deal with the 2 of them, he only needed to move his fingers. So at this moment, when they heard Qin Feiyang's words, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Chapter 1895. Father, what's going on? I remember that when I left the Sea of Despair, their attitude wasn't so good either. The mermaid princess glanced at the Black Wing monarch and asked telepathically. I've already told them about how Feiyang killed the 5 mermaid patriarchs. So now, they probably don't even have time to react. How would they dare to act rashly? The mermaid emperor chuckled. I see. The mermaid princess nodded in realization. The mermaid emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang with a hint of a smile in his eyes. He had not misjudged him. This kid's achievements were limitless. Now that he had this son-in-law, no one in the mermaid clan would dare to oppose him. The more he thought about it, the brighter the smile on the mermaid emperor's face became. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Feiyang." When Qin Feiyang heard this, he hurriedly looked at the mermaid emperor and said, "Uncle, please speak your mind. Why are you so nervous? You're a god of war. With my strength, what can I do to you?" The mermaid emperor rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. Although he was right, would he dare to use force against his future father-in-law? The mermaid emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang and then at the mermaid princess. He sighed and said, "Feiyang, you know what my girl is thinking. Here we go again." Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. Obviously, he was urging them to get married. He looked at the mermaid princess with a hint of apology in his eyes. The mermaid princess also knew what Qin Feiyang was trying to express. She shook her head understandingly, implying that he should not feel guilty. "Thank you," Qin Feiyang said secretly. He held the mermaid princess' hand tightly and looked up at the mermaid emperor. He nodded and said, "I know. Then you should also know how much she has sacrificed over the years for you." The mermaid emperor said. Qin Feiyang nodded. "I didn't rush you in the past because your wish hasn't been fulfilled yet. But now, the misunderstanding between you and your father has been resolved. The demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang have also been eliminated. Now that Great Qin has stabilized, shouldn't you give my daughter a stable home?" The mermaid emperor said. "As expected." Qin Feiyang mumbled. That's right, young Master Qin. The princess is deeply in love with you. You can't let her down. The Black Wing Monarch and the Black Wing Monarch followed. Their goal was completely different from the Mermaid Emperor's. The Mermaid Emperor was just thinking for his daughter. He wanted his daughter to be happy. As for the Black Wing Monarch and his companion, they wanted to tie down Qin Feiyang as their backer. After all, no matter if it was the current Great Qin or the Forgotten Continent, Qin Feiyang was someone who could speak with authority. With this backing, their merfolk clan could basically do whatever they wanted on these two continents in the future. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them in silence. What? Could it be that you're really a person who abandons her? Seeing Qin Feiyang remain silent for a long time, the Mermaid Emperor frowned. The Mermaid Princess hurriedly said, "Father, Feiyang isn't that kind of person." "Since he isn't, then give me an answer. I'm still waiting to hold my grandson. Moreover, I only have you as my daughter. I'm already old. In the future, there will definitely be someone who will inherit the throne of our merfolk clan. If you don't work harder and give me a fat child, won't our merfolk clan have no successors in the future?" The Mermaid Emperor said angrily. "Father, what are you talking about?" The Mermaid Princess said angrily. "I'm just telling the truth. You have to give me a little goldfish." The Mermaid Emperor snorted coldly. "Little goldfish?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Father, even if I marry Feiyang, I might not give birth to a little goldfish. It might be a pure human like Feiyang." The Mermaid Princess said helplessly with a red face. The children born from the union of a human and a mermaid might be human or mermaid. This was very difficult to predict. The Mermaid Emperor said, "Then you have to keep giving birth until you give birth. Keep giving birth." The Mermaid Princess was helpless to the extreme. "Uncle. Get married. We will definitely get married. But now is not the time." Qin Feiyang sighed and looked at the Mermaid Emperor. The Mermaid Emperor was furious and roared, "Now is not the time. Then how long are you going to wait? Until I die." "Uncle, calm down." Qin Feiyang hurriedly comforted and sighed, "You don't know. After you returned to the Sea of Despair, many things happened." "What things?" The Mermaid Emperor frowned. "First of all, the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang didn't die. Secondly, my eldest cousin and my inner demon both died tragically in the miraculous sight in order to save me. As a man, I can't forget their deaths." Qin Feiyang said. The Mermaid Emperor and the Black Wing Emperor looked at each other. "I know that this is selfish, but I am such a person. If I don't find out the cause of death of my big cousin and my inner demons and avenge them, I can't be at ease. So, I hope Uncle can understand." Qin Feiyang got up and bowed. The Mermaid Emperor pondered for a moment and asked, "What about my daughter?" "Father, I am willing to wait. Moreover, we have already agreed that no matter where we go in the future, we will be together and never leave each other." The Mermaid Princess also got up and grabbed Qin Feiyang's strong hand. She looked at the Mermaid Emperor and smiled. "You silly girl." The Mermaid Emperor sighed and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. The children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. You can do as you see fit." The two looked at each other and smiled. They bowed and said, "Thank you, Father." "Thank you, Uncle." All right, sit down." The Mermaid Emperor waved his hand. The two returned to their seats. The Mermaid Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Kid, although I don't care anymore, you have to listen carefully. Don't bully my daughter in the future, and don't let her suffer any grievances." "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. The Black Wing Emperor and the Black Wing Emperor looked at each other and couldn't help but feel disappointed. If they didn't get married and have children, then everything was just empty talk. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Black Wing Emperor and the Black Wing Emperor. He had seen countless people over the years and could tell what they were thinking at a glance. After pondering for a while, He looked up at the Mermaid Emperor and smiled. Uncle, apart from visiting you, there is actually another matter. What is it? The Mermaid Emperor was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, I wonder if Uncle has any thoughts of leaving the Sea of Despair. Leave the Sea of Despair? The Mermaid Emperor was stunned. The Black Wing Emperor and the White Wing Emperor also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Whether it's humans, beasts, or mermaids, they should all be treated equally. And for the past 10,000 years, your mermaid race has been living in a corner. It's really unfair for you. So I was thinking, can the mermaid race walk out of the Sea of Despair and try to get in touch with humans? Live together. Qin Feiyang said. The Mermaid Emperor hesitated. The Black Wing Emperor and the White Wing Emperor's faces were full of joy. Qin Feiyang looked at the two and smiled. It seems that the two of you agree with my suggestion. To be honest, Mr. Qin, we have long been tired of staying in the Sea of Despair. But you also know that the humans outside have always held strange gazes towards us merfolk. The two sighed. That's right. In the eyes of humans, we mermaids are different. At that time, if we really enter the human world, I'm afraid that we will be coveted by evil people. The Mermaid Emperor said. For example? Qin Feiyang asked. The Mermaid Emperor said, for example, capturing mermaids and treating them as pets, servants, and toys. After all, in the past, such things have happened before. Qin Feiyang smiled. If Uncle is only worried about this, then it's easy to solve. The Mermaid Emperor said, how? Qin Feiyang said, as long as His Majesty gives the order, no one will dare to do anything to you. If that's the case, then there's indeed no need to worry about the future. But will the Emperor agree? The Mermaid Emperor said. With me as his son, if I personally ask him for help, of course he will agree. Qin Feiyang smiled, took out the image crystal, and sent a message to Zhao Tailai. Soon. Zhao Tailai's illusory figure appeared and said with a mocking smile, Young master, are you asking us for help? It seems that your father-in-law is not easy to deal with. You wait, I'll immediately lead a large force to support you. Hearing this, the Mermaid Emperor, who was sitting on the throne, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What are you talking about? Qin Feiyang glared at Zhao Tailai and asked, is father still there? Yes. But everyone is ready to leave. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang said, call father over immediately. I have something to discuss. Okay. Zhao Tailai nodded, turned his head, and shouted, Young master's father, young master is looking for you. Come over quickly. Young master's father. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He looked at Zhao Tailai and said, that's too awkward. Zhao Tailai smiled and said, it's just a name. Don't mind it. You've really changed. You're so glib. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Ha! Zhao Tailai laughed dryly and shouted, Young master's father-in-law, I know you're right next to me. Let me tell you, don't bully my young master. Otherwise, our large force will kill our way to your Sea of Despair. There's no need for a large force. I can flatten the Sea of Despair with a wave of my hand, so you'd better be sensible and quickly hand your daughter over to the young master. And give her some dowry while you're at it. Our young master is very poor. He got rich all thanks to you, his father-in-law. Tang Hai appeared beside Zhao Tailai without a word and said expressionlessly. The Mermaid Emperor's face was dark. Qin Feiyang's veins were also bulging. These two bastards, were they deliberately making trouble? What did he mean by getting rich all because of his father-in-law? Was he that poor? Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, I won't allow you to scare my in-laws like this. The emperor walked over and said with a smile. Hee hee. Zhao Tailai grinned and stepped aside. The emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Feiyang, let me meet my in-laws. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. The image crystal turned and faced the Mermaid Emperor. Chapter 1896. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Mermaid Emperor hurriedly got up and bowed. We're all family. Don't be so polite. The Emperor said. I'm ashamed. The Mermaid Emperor shook his head. The Emperor said, Are you still blaming yourself for the 5 mermaid ancestors? The Mermaid Emperor nodded. The Emperor smiled and said, It's not your fault. After all, you can't control them. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. The Mermaid Emperor said gratefully. Don't call me Your Majesty. It's so distant. We're in-laws, so we have to be like a family. The Emperor said unhappily. Yes, yes, yes. The Mermaid Emperor nodded repeatedly. How is it? Did you persuade Feiyang and the others? The Emperor asked. I did. Unfortunately, your son is stubborn. No matter how I persuade him, it's useless. The Mermaid Emperor said. Yes. I can't wait for them to get married now and give me a bunch of grandchildren or something. The Emperor said helplessly. Don't I think so too? The Mermaid Emperor also looked helpless. Father, uncle, we're here to talk business. Why are you talking about this? Qin Feiyang looked at the two speechlessly. The Emperor looked at the Mermaid Emperor and said, See, he only said a few words and you're already unhappy. Do you think it's easy for parents like us? Isn't that so? It's not easy to look forward to them growing up, but they're all grown up. They don't take our words seriously anymore. The Mermaid Emperor shook his head. Seeing the two of them echoing each other, Qin Feiyang was quite annoyed and said, You guys continue. I'll go out for a walk. We'll talk when you're done. Haha, the Emperor and the Mermaid Emperor looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. The Emperor said, Okay, let's stop talking. Tell me, what's the matter? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and simply told the Emperor what he thought. So that's it. The Emperor suddenly understood. After pondering for a while, he looked at the Mermaid Emperor and said, Although you and I are in-laws, as the Emperor of a country, my words and actions are responsible for all the living beings on the continent. So, there are some things that we have to make clear in advance. Your Majesty, please speak. The Mermaid Emperor said. We allow you to leave the Sea of Despair and even allow you to enter the imperial capital. However, you must restrain your clansmen and behave yourselves. After all, you have a special relationship with Feiyang. If you don't control it, I'm afraid that some mere people will take advantage of this relationship with Feiyang and run amok. If you promise to keep it, I will immediately issue an edict as soon as I return to the imperial capital. Di Wang said. The Mermaid Emperor was pleasantly surprised and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. I promise to restrain everyone. That's what you said. At that time, if some merfolk act recklessly and I give the order to kill them, don't blame me. The Emperor smiled. The Mermaid Emperor said, If there really is such a mermaid, Your Majesty doesn't need to give the order. I will personally go and kill them. That's good. The Emperor nodded with a smile and asked, Feiyang, is there anything else? No more. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Emperor said, If that's the case, then I'll go and get busy. In-law, come to the imperial capital often in the future. Let's have a good gathering. My pleasure. The Mermaid Emperor smiled. Then I'll see you later. The Emperor smiled, and the phantom gradually dissipated. That's great. Yes, it's been more than 10,000 years. Our merpeople can finally walk out of the Sea of Despair. The Blackwing Monarch and the Emperor were overjoyed. The Mermaid Emperor was also filled with emotions. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Blackwing Monarch and the Emperor and said lightly, Both of you, don't blame me for being rude. I believe in uncle, but I really can't rest assured about the two of you. The expressions of the two changed slightly. Qin Feiyang said, Don't be nervous. I'm just giving you a reminder. people don't have many years in their life. Don't dig your own grave. Yes, yes, yes. We will remember. The two of them nodded their heads submissively. It's good that you remember. Qin Feiyang smiled, looked at the mermaid princess, and said, it's over. Shall we go for a walk? I want to accompany father. The mermaid princess said. The mermaid emperor smiled and said, little girl, go accompany Feiyang. Father still has many things to discuss with the Blackwing monarch and the others. The mermaid princess was stunned, and said with a smile, father is the best. Then we'll go. Go, go. The mermaid emperor waved his hand. Let's go. The mermaid princess pulled Qin Feiyang and ran out happily. A grown girl can't be kept at home. It's true. Looking at the back of the mermaid princess, the mermaid emperor sighed helplessly. Emperor. You should feel lucky. If it weren't for the relationship between the princess and Qin Feiyang, our mere people would probably never have a day of success. The Blackwing monarch and the emperor said. I don't agree with that. The little girl really likes Qin Feiyang. She's not using Qin Feiyang. The mermaid emperor frowned. Yes, yes, yes. We're just making an analogy. The two hurriedly said. The mermaid emperor looked at the two and said, let's talk. How should we develop in the future? Of course, we'll move to the imperial capital. After all, the imperial capital is the core of the great Qin Empire. Only by moving to the imperial capital can we develop better. The two said without hesitation. The mermaid emperor frowned and said, is that what you think? Are we wrong? The two were puzzled. Although the imperial capital is the core of the great Qin Empire, it's also a gathering place for power and disputes. Moving to the imperial capital isn't a wise move. The mermaid emperor said. The Blackwing monarch said, you're right, but with the relationship with Qin Feiyang, what are we afraid of? No one dares to touch us. The mermaid emperor raised his eyebrows and said, didn't you understand the emperor's words? He doesn't want us to use this relationship recklessly. We're not using it recklessly. We just want to use the name of Qin Feiyang to have a place in the imperial capital. The Blackwing monarch said unhappily. Okay. Even if we move to the imperial capital as you said, what about the land of inheritance? You have to know that the rise and fall of the mermaid race depends on this land of inheritance. The mermaid emperor said. The Blackwing monarch was speechless for a moment and turned to look at the White-Wing monarch. The White-Wing monarch pondered for a moment and looked at the mermaid emperor. Why don't we ask Qin Feiyang to help us move the land of inheritance to the imperial capital? The mermaid emperor said, so, no matter what, you all want to go to the imperial capital. After all, the imperial capital is a symbol of identity and status. Of course. We're just suggesting. The final decision is still yours. The White-Wing monarch looked at the mermaid emperor and smiled. The mermaid emperor glanced at the two and pondered for a moment before saying, this is what I think. Our people live in the spiritual state, and the Sea of Despair is our base camp. When the two heard this, their faces were filled with helplessness. Of course, I won't restrict your freedom. You can go to the imperial capital at any time, but the condition is that you must abide by the rules. And for the survival of our people, I will also take time to meet the emperor and see if I can be the mansion master of the spiritual state. The mermaid emperor said. The Blackwing monarch looked at each other and nodded with a smile. This is a good idea. If you become the mansion master of the spiritual state, it will be of great help to the future development of our mermaid race. So it's decided? The mermaid emperor asked. Okay, it's decided. The two nodded. Greetings, princess. Greetings, Mr. Qin. Back to Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. The two walked on the street hand in hand, and all the mermaids they met bowed respectfully. The mermaid princess also responded to them one by one. This place is still the best. There are no restrictions or worries at all. The mermaid princess smiled. Really? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The mermaid princess was taken aback. Qin Feiyang teased, I remember when you first came here, you and your father were in a very bad situation. The mermaid princess smiled helplessly and held Qin Feiyang's arm. Yes, it's all thanks to you. I thank you. Qin Feiyang chuckled. What's the use of just saying thanks? Let's do something practical. What do you mean? The mermaid princess was suspicious. Here, Qin Feiyang pointed at his face. The mermaid princess blushed and whispered, the streets are full of our people, insincere. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. The mermaid princess looked around, summoned her courage, and lightly touched Qin Feiyang's face. Princess, don't treat us as air. Yeah, if you want to be intimate, shouldn't you find a place where there's no one around? The mermaids around immediately laughed. The mermaid princess's cheeks were boiling hot, and she fiercely pinched Qin Feiyang's arm, and said, Smelly hooligan, are you satisfied now? Qin Feiyang grinned. But suddenly, he stopped and looked at the square in front of him on the left. There were 4 statues there. It was the holy land of the mermaid clan, the land of inheritance. Looking at the majestic statues of his ancestors, the memories that had been sealed in Qin Feiyang's mind uncontrollably emerged. It was here that he had activated the purple gold dragon's soul. It was also here that he and the mermaid princess were tied together by the concentric knot. It could be said that this was the place that changed his fate. The mermaid princess followed Qin Feiyang's gaze, and a look of reminiscence appeared in her eyes. She smiled and said, Let's go and pay our respects. Qin Feiyang nodded. The 2 of them walked over in large strides. Greetings, Princess, young Master Qin. The white-winged guard and the black-winged guard, who were guarding the Holy Land, hurriedly bowed when they saw the 2 of them. The mermaid princess nodded. The 2 of them walked to the square. Qin Feiyang stood under the statue of the Qin Emperor, looked up at the face of the statue, and muttered, If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have everything I have now. Thank you, I will definitely catch up with your footsteps. After saying that, he bowed deeply to the statue. At the same time, the mermaid princess muttered a few words to the statue of the first mermaid emperor and also bowed. Buzz. However, right after this bow, 2 golden divine lights suddenly shot out from the forehead of the first mermaid emperor and entered the hearts of Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. What's going on? The surrounding white-winged guard and black-winged guard were all alarmed and looked at the statue in surprise. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were also stunned. Immediately after, the 2 of them seemed to have sensed something and lowered their heads at the same time to look at their hearts. They saw a dazzling light shining through their clothes from their hearts. Qin Feiyang pulled open their clothes and looked, and his face was immediately stunned. It was actually the concentric knot. Chapter 1897. Back in the Sea of Reincarnation, when the mermaid princess was killed by Blood Blade, it was Xue Song who sacrificed his life to save her at the critical moment. At that time, the concentric knot had already been broken. But unexpectedly, the concentric knot appeared again, and it was intact. The mermaid princess slightly pulled open her clothes and saw a complete concentric knot on her chest. The 2 of them looked at each other in dismay, their expressions incomparably astonished. After a long time, Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the statue and said helplessly, You insist on tying us together. This is not bad. Lest you go outside and flirt with other women. The mermaid princess harumphed. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If the concentric knot appeared again, wouldn't Xue Song's sacrifice be in vain? How was he going to repay this great kindness? What's wrong with you? Are you thinking of Xue Song? The mermaid princess looked at him suspiciously. She had heard about Xue Song's situation from Zhao Tailai and the others. It's nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head, looked at the sky above the undersea city, and muttered, I can't repay your kindness. I can only try my best to fulfill your last wishes. I hope that your souls in heaven can rest in peace. After saying that, he lowered his head and bowed deeply to the void. Those white-winged guards and black-winged guards all looked at Qin Feiyang with baffled expressions. Let's go. Qin Feiyang pulled the mermaid princess and turned around to leave without looking back. Actually, the concentric knot can be removed, as long as we combine, the mermaid princess whispered, her face flushed red. Yeah. Back then, your father seemed to have said, why don't we? Qin Feiyang patted his head, lowered his head to look at the mermaid princess, and said. You. Feeling Qin Feiyang's fiery gaze, the mermaid princess was extremely flustered. I was joking, you took it seriously. It seems that you are also a female rogue. Qin Feiyang teased. What did you say? Say it again. The mermaid princess was stunned for a moment. Then, she glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Qin Feiyang lifted the mermaid princess' chin and said with an evil smile, little girl, I'm a pure man, don't tempt me, bastard. The mermaid princess immediately raised her fist and punched at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang chuckled, turned around, and disappeared in a flash. Hooligan, stop right there. The mermaid princess gritted her teeth and chased after him. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. During this half a month, Qin Feiyang didn't think about anything else. He focused on accompanying the mermaid princess. They were like an immortal couple, leaving their footprints on the bottom of the Sea of Despair. The imperial edict had also been issued. Without a doubt. The appearance of the mermaid clan, whether it was in the imperial capital or in the 9 states, set off a huge storm. Because the existence of the mermaid clan had always been an ethereal legend. However, they didn't expect that there really was such a clan in the world. Over the past few days, countless people had come to the Sea of Despair with curiosity. But no one dared to enter the sea. Because when the imperial edict was issued, he also issued another order. No one, no beast, was allowed to enter the Sea of Despair. In other words, the emperor was protecting the mermaid clan. And the mermaid clan, under the leadership of the mermaid emperor, walked out of the Sea of Despair and tried to get along with humans. And a few days ago, the mermaid emperor also made a trip to the imperial capital. First, it was to meet with the emperor. Second, it was to discuss the matter of the spiritual state mansion master. When the emperor heard this, he gave it some thought and agreed that the mermaid emperor would be the spiritual state mansion master. In short, the current Great Qin had slowly calmed down. And although the evil deeds of the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang were often talked about, not many people were afraid. Because the Great Qin had a guardian. And this guardian was Qin Feiyang. Similarly, after the emperor's clarification, those who used to hate Qin Feiyang also blamed themselves for their stupidity in the past. Others wholeheartedly protected the Great Qin, but what about them? They only knew how to hate and abuse. Just thinking about it made them feel ridiculous. Of course, Qin Feiyang wasn't there for all of this. He just wanted to have a clear conscience and be at ease. On a small island in the Sea of Despair, Qin Feiyang lay on the grass and looked at the clear sky. The mermaid princess was nestled in his embrace, her slender jade-like fingers sliding across Qin Feiyang's chest. Her eyelashes were trembling, and her peerless face was filled with a happy and satisfied smile. Little girl, I'm still a man full of vigor and vitality. You're touching my chest like this. Aren't you teasing me and tempting me to commit a crime? Qin Feiyang grabbed the mermaid princess's hand and said helplessly. I am tempting you to commit a crime. The mermaid princess's voice was like a mosquito. Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned. He lowered his head to look at the mermaid princess and saw that the mermaid princess was looking at him with a pair of rippling eyes. This little girl, is there a problem? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. He raised his hand and touched the mermaid princess's forehead. His expression suddenly changed as he said in shock, oh no, she actually has a fever. Fever? The mermaid princess was stunned, and a row of black lines appeared on her forehead. She was now a false god, so how could she have a fever? Are you okay? Did you catch a cold? Qin Feiyang looked at her with concern. Blockhead. The mermaid princess was really speechless. How could there be such a stupid man in the world? She pressed Qin Feiyang down, turned over, and lay on Qin Feiyang's body, saying, "You bastard, you want me to take the initiative, right?" Hee hee. Qin Feiyang grinned and held the mermaid princess's face with both hands, saying, "Little girl, do you really think I'm that stupid?" The mermaid princess was extremely embarrassed and angry. Qin Feiyang rolled over and immediately pressed the mermaid princess under his body. He said with an evil smile, "Little girl, since you can't wait, I'll fulfill your wish." After that, he lowered his head and kissed her. Buzz. But at this time, the image crystal suddenly rang. Damn it, who is it now? Qin Feiyang suddenly roared angrily. Don't worry about him. The mermaid princess hugged Qin Feiyang's neck with both hands, her body burning. Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. No, what if there is something urgent? After that, he got up and took out the image crystal. Two shadows appeared. Mother. Father. Elder Qin. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them in a daze. That's right. It was Lu Qiuyu, the emperor, and Elder Qin who sent him the message. Greetings to Auntie and Senior Qin. Seeing this, the mermaid princess hurriedly got up, tidied up her messy dress, and bowed to the three of them. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess at this moment, Lu Qiuyu and the emperor looked at each other with a strange expression. As experienced people, they could tell at a glance what the two of them were doing before. Lu Qiuyu coughed and said with a smile, "Feiyang, girl, did we ruin your good thing?" The mermaid princess immediately lowered her head and hid behind Qin Feiyang, blushing. The emperor smiled and said, "Why don't we wait until you are done and then send the message?" Qin Feiyang looked at his parents helplessly and said, "What's the matter? Say it. You have a lot of resentment. It seems that our message is really not at the right time." Lu Qiuyu looked at the emperor and said, "Yes. We are too reckless. We should have thought of it. When two young people are together, they will definitely do something young." The emperor said. Elder Qin looked at the emperor and Lu Qiuyu, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. He hid in a corner and laughed. However, he was more gratified in his heart. This was more like a family. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the shy mermaid princess and said helplessly, "Mother, father, don't make fun of us anymore. Tell me, what's the matter?" The emperor said, "Madam, look, it has only been half a month and he is already protecting that little girl. Our son has really grown up." Lu Qiuyu nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, it is good to be young. Are you guys done yet? Aren't you very young now? You can do something young when you have nothing to do. Maybe I will have a few more brothers and sisters in the future." Qin Feiyang said angrily. The emperor and Elder Qin were stunned. When they came to, Lu Qiuyu's face was also red. Seeing this, the emperor's face suddenly darkened. He glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brat, what did you say? Are you making fun of your parents?" "I am telling the truth. Look at you, young and strong. Look at your mother, young and beautiful. You can have a few more children." Qin Feiyang joked. "The more you talk, the more ridiculous you are." The emperor rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and said, "We are sending you a message because we want to tell you a piece of good news." "Good news?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The emperor said, "Lu Zheng and Lu Hong will be married tomorrow." "Married?" Qin Feiyang looked shocked. The mermaid princess was also stunned. She did not come to her senses for a long time. "This is the decision of your four grandfathers. They said that Lu Jiajin is dead, and now Lu Zheng is the only one left, so they have to hurry up and continue the family line. Of course, they did not force Lu Hong. Lu Hong is willing to marry. The emperor said. That's too fast. Besides, although eldest cousin is dead, there are other descendants in the Lu family besides Lu Zheng. Isn't it a bit too much to ask Lu Zheng to continue the family line? Qin Feiyang said. The Lu family does have many disciples, but your uncle's branch only consists of the two brothers, Lu Jiajin and Lu Zheng. You don't know about your uncle and aunt's deaths, do you? Back then, they were all killed by the ancestor devil because they were protecting us. Furthermore, they were all shattered into pieces. The emperor sighed. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He had never heard of this before. Lu Qiyu said, although there was the castle and pale snow back then, they only protected you and not us. Your uncle and the others only said a few words to the demonic ancestor before they were killed. As for why we didn't tell you this, it was because we didn't want you to blame yourself. After all, we know your personality too well. Yes. So, we also approve of Lu Zheng and Lu Hong's marriage. But this time, it's not just the two of them who are getting married. The emperor smiled. Who else? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked. You'll know when you come back. The emperor smiled mysteriously. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Still keeping him in suspense. He said, okay, I'll go back later. I'll also go to the Forgotten Continent to take a look. Your great-grandmother came to the imperial capital a few days ago and asked you not to forget what you promised her. The emperor said. What I promised her? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The emperor frowned and said, it seems to be related to someone called Hao. Young Master Hao. Qin Feiyang said. Yes, it's him. The emperor nodded. I see. Qin Feiyang exhaled and turned off the image crystal. He shook his head helplessly and said, this great-grandmother is really determined to make me be the villain. What villain? Mermaid Princess was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, we'll talk about it on the way. Let's go find your father first. It's time to leave. Mermaid Princess nodded. Qin Feiyang took the Mermaid Princess and teleported, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 1898. What? You're leaving? Undersea City. The Mermaid Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess with a frown. The Mermaid Princess' expression was also filled with reluctance. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, it's not like we're parting forever. There's still a long way to go. That's true. The Mermaid Emperor smiled and said, not long ago, I received a message from your father asking me to attend a wedding. It seems to be related to the Lu family. You were invited too. The Mermaid Princess was surprised. Yes. The Mermaid Emperor nodded. The Mermaid Princess said happily, then we can go together. Together? The Mermaid Emperor was stunned for a moment before he realized, so you're going to attend the wedding too. But at my age, I don't want to be a third wheel. Father, what are you talking about? The Mermaid Princess said angrily. Okay. You guys go first. I still have to prepare some gifts. After all, there are 3 couples getting married. Besides, this is the first time I'm going to show my face in the imperial capital. The gift must be decent, so as not to embarrass our mermaid race. The Mermaid Emperor smiled. What? 3 couples? Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess looked at each other. You still don't know? The Mermaid Emperor was a little surprised. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Mermaid Emperor thought for a moment and smiled, it seems that they deliberately hid it from you and wanted to give you a surprise. The Mermaid Princess asked curiously, Father, then tell us, apart from Lu Zheng and Lu Hong, who are the other 2 couples? Since they don't want to say, then I certainly can't ruin their mood, right? The Mermaid Emperor smiled. The Mermaid Princess was helpless. Qin Feiyang said, Uncle, on our way back, we heard some sea monsters talking about you. Are you already the mansion master of our spiritual state? Yes. But your father hasn't officially issued the appointment letter yet, so I can't stay in the capital. The Mermaid Emperor said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding. The Mermaid Emperor waved his hand and said, don't be so long-winded. Go. Then we'll be leaving first. Qin Feiyang smiled and pulled the Mermaid Princess out of the sea, flying towards the Desert of Death. This isn't the right direction. The Mermaid Princess was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, Old Zhao and the others should still be waiting for me in Iron Ox Town. I'll go and meet them first. When he arrived above the lake, Qin Feiyang was stunned. There was not a single person here. The Mermaid Princess smiled and said, it seems that they have already gone to the capital. These guys, they didn't even say a word before leaving. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. The Mermaid Princess said, it's not easy for you to be free. They definitely don't want to disturb you. Qin Feiyang glanced down, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Once he left, he was afraid that he would never come back. He had a deep affection for this place. The sense of belonging that it gave him was even incomparable to the imperial palace. He was really reluctant to part with it. The Mermaid Princess said, people have to go up and look forward. Let bygones be bygones. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, let's go. However, just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly looked at a mountain stream below. There was a river in the mountain stream. At this moment, a woman in white stood alone on the riverbank, looking at the slowly flowing river, motionless. What are you looking at? The Mermaid Princess followed Qin Feiyang's gaze, and a hint of joy immediately appeared on her face. She quickly flew down and called, Yi. That's right. The woman standing by the river was Lin Yi. When Lin Yi heard the Mermaid Princess's voice, she retracted her gaze and turned to look at the Mermaid Princess. She looked slightly stunned and said suspiciously, why are you still here? We are going to the imperial capital, the Mermaid Princess said with a smile, then grabbed Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi retracted her hand with some resistance. The Mermaid Princess was taken aback and said anxiously, Yi, do you really not remember at all? We were like sisters in the Holy Palace. I don't remember anything except for the memory in the Sea of Reincarnation. Lin Yi shook her head. You were born in Iron Bull Town. You can ask the villagers of Iron Bull Town. They all know what happened to you when you were a child. It may be helpful for you to get these things. Qin Feiyang landed next to the Mermaid Princess and looked at Lin Yi with a smile. I have asked them. They told me everything about the past and what happened between us. But, I just can't remember anything. I have tried very hard, but these memories don't seem to exist at all. Lin Yi murmured. In the end, she couldn't help squatting on the ground, holding her head in pain. Her helpless look was distressing. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, squatted aside, and patted Lin Yi's shoulder gently. He smiled comfortingly, take your time. Don't worry. Lin Yi immediately threw herself into Qin Feiyang's arms. She burst into tears and blamed herself, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You are so good to me. I actually hurt you and everyone. Qin Feiyang looked at the Mermaid Princess at a loss. Why are you looking at me? The Mermaid Princess rolled her eyes at him. In fact, she knew Lin Yi's mind best. Because in the Holy Palace, they were indeed like sisters. They talked about everything. But she also knew that Qin Feiyang had always regarded Lin Yi as a sister. So, there was nothing wrong with eating good food. Qin Feiyang smiled, patted Lin Yi's back, and said with a smile, silly girl, this is not your fault. Why are you blaming yourself? I almost killed you, don't you blame me? Lin Yi raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang with tears in her eyes. I have never blamed you. In the past, you were my sister, and you will be in the future. This will never change. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand, wiped the tears off Lin Yi's face, and smiled. Lin Yi looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. After a long time, she lowered her head and said, "Thank you for your forgiveness, but this still can't erase the fact that I am a sinner." She gently pushed Qin Feiyang away, got up, looked at the mermaid princess, and smiled, "Cherish this rare happiness." After that, Lin Yi turned around. Her thin back looked a little lonely and sad. The mermaid princess hurriedly said, "Where are you going? Come with us. We will help you recover your memory. I want to atone for my sins. Thank you for not abandoning me. When I can forgive myself one day, I will come to you. Finally, I wish you happiness." After Lin Yi finished, she left without looking back. The mermaid princess said anxiously, "Feiyang, why didn't you stop her? Is it useful to stop her? Don't be fooled by her weak appearance now. In fact, she is very strong. She will not be defeated so easily." Qin Feiyang smiled. The mermaid princess was silent. When Lin Yi disappeared in the mountain stream, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, hugged the mermaid princess's slender waist, and smiled, "What are you thinking about? Why are you so lost in thought?" The mermaid princess hesitated for a while, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "In fact, if you accept Lin Yi, I will not object." Ugh! Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Really? I like you, but it doesn't mean that I want to monopolize you," the mermaid princess said seriously. Qin Feiyang said, "So, you allow me to have 3 wives and 4 concubines?" "Not allowed. It can only be..." "Wait. Did I say that? Or, did you have this idea long ago?" The mermaid princess looked at him unkindly. "No, no." Qin Feiyang waved his hand quickly. The mermaid princess snorted coldly, "You better not, otherwise what?" Qin Feiyang laughed mischievously. Otherwise. I will castrate you." After speaking, the mermaid princess's face was flushed. "Ha!" Qin Feiyang laughed and hooked the mermaid princess's nose. He shook his head and said, "I am not a greedy man. I am satisfied with you by my side. As for Yi, like I said before, whether it is in the past or in the future, she will always be my sister. So, if you want to castrate me, you will not have the chance. Besides, if you really castrate me, won't you be a living widow?" Qin Feiyang smiled slyly. "A living widow? Is that possible? There are plenty of men in the world." The mermaid princess snorted. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "You are still thinking about other men? Tell me, who is it? I will cut him into pieces." The mermaid princess laughed. "Let's be serious. There is a woman, I really feel sorry for her." Qin Feiyang said. "Who?" The mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Wang Yuer. I don't want to lie to you. When we were at the miracle, I was already prepared to accept her. However, things are unpredictable. Later on, some things happened that complicated our relationship." Qin Feiyang sighed. "You can do as you see fit. If you really like her, I won't object. But there is a condition. In your heart, I must be the most important." The mermaid princess was silent for a long time and said, "Silly woman." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wasn't she afraid that she would spoil him too much by letting him do whatever he wanted? Spiritual state. Butterfly Valley. Qin Feiyang entered the secret room and looked at the altar with a thoughtful look. The mermaid princess asked, "Are you thinking about whether to go to the Forgotten Continent first or the imperial capital first?" Qin Feiyang nodded. To be honest, he was really afraid to face Wang Yuer now. Aren't Lu Zheng and the others getting married tomorrow? Let's go to the Forgotten Continent first. The mermaid princess said. Okay. But you have to help me think, what gift should I give them? After all, Lu Hong has been through fire and water with me for so many years. She can't get married empty-handed. Qin Feiyang smiled and revived the altar as he spoke. You'd better make your own decision because I don't know Lu Hong well. I don't know what she needs. The mermaid princess pondered and said. You don't always let me make my own decisions. You'll really spoil me. Qin Feiyang gently knocked on the mermaid princess's forehead with a doting expression. Then, he took the little hand of his beloved woman and stepped onto the altar. Chapter 1899. Central Divine Kingdom, Main Pagoda. Compared to the celebration in the capital, the Pil Pagoda Square was in mourning. There was a mourning hall in the center of the square. There was a wooden coffin in the mourning hall, and a headless body was lying quietly in the coffin. Wang Su, Wang Yuer's parents, and Wang Yuer herself were kneeling in front of the coffin. There was unconcealable sadness between their eyebrows. Obviously, the headless body in the coffin was Wang Yuanshan. The mysterious lady and Yi Shu were also there, standing silently by the side. But one could vaguely see that Yi Shu and the other two were looking at Wang Yuanshan in the coffin with a trace of displeasure. Whoosh! Suddenly, two figures landed in the sky above the square. Everyone looked up suspiciously, and their expressions suddenly froze. Then, Tan Tai Li and the other three went up to greet them with a smile. But at the same time, Wang Su and Wang Yuer's parents also had a trace of anger in their eyes. Because the people who came were Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. What's going on? Looking at the mourning hall in the square, Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were a little stunned. Tan Tai Li sighed. You came at the wrong time. Qin Feiyang looked at the body in the coffin and asked, Is this Wang Yuanshan's funeral? Yes. Tan Tai Li nodded. Miss, I don't mean to criticize you. People like Wang Yuanshan should just find a place to bury him. Why did you let Wang Su make such a big fuss? Isn't this a disgrace to our main pagoda? Yi Shu and the other two immediately transmitted their voices in dissatisfaction. Wang Su is a founding member of our main pagoda after all. He begged again and again to hold a funeral for his old father. If I don't agree, won't I be too unreasonable? Besides, no one except us knows what Wang Yuanshan did in the miracle site, so it's not a disgrace. Tan Tai Li secretly said. But I just don't like it. Yi Shu snorted. Okay, the dead are more important. Don't say so much. Tan Tai Li glared at him and then looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Why did you suddenly come here? It's all because of the trouble you've caused me. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. What is it? You're already upset. Tan Tai Li said. I wouldn't dare. Qin Feiyang felt helpless. Suddenly, the mermaid princess flew down. Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked, Where are you going? Since I'm here, I naturally have to pay my respects. The mermaid princess smiled and landed on the square. Silly woman. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wang Yuanshan died in his hands, and Wang Su hated him to the bone. So in this kind of situation, it was best to turn a blind eye. But this woman actually took the initiative to go down and pay her respects. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Tan Tai Li secretly laughed and said, She is a little silly, but it also shows that she is a kind child. You have to cherish her. I will. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and asked curiously, Where's Qin Rishuang? Why don't I see her? Tan Tai Li's face darkened and said angrily, Rishuang is a few generations higher than you. Is it appropriate for you to call her by her name? Then what should I call her? You can't call her great-grandmother. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Tan Tai Li helplessly stared at Qin Feiyang. Get out of my way. At this time, there was an angry roar from below. Qin Feiyang raised his eyelids and immediately looked down. He saw Wang Su standing in front of the mermaid princess, his eyes full of anger. But facing the angry Wang Su, the mermaid princess was not angry at all. She smiled and said, Senior, I don't mean any harm. I just came to pay my respects to Senior Wang. Wang Su glanced at Qin Feiyang and looked at the mermaid princess. You don't need to be pretentious here. Get lost immediately. I didn't. I'm really sincere. The mermaid princess said. I'll say it again. Get lost. Wang Su shouted angrily. Wang Yuer got up and looked at Wang Su with dissatisfaction. Grandpa, she's a guest and she's sincere. How can you treat her like this? Bastard, how dare you speak for them? The enraged Wang Su swung his hand and ruthlessly slapped Wang Yuer's face. Wang Yuer touched her painful cheek and couldn't help crying out of grievance. Seeing Wang Yuer being slapped in public, Wang Yuer's parents on the side were silent. Let me tell you, if you dare to betray us again, I'll directly expel you from the family. Wang Su glared at Wang Yuer. After saying this, he turned to look at the mermaid princess and said, Why don't you get lost? Do you want to be slapped too? Try slapping her. Swish. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of the mermaid princess. Things don't look good. Tan Tai Li whispered. Who cares? Wang Su has gone too far by scolding his own granddaughter in public. He should be taught a lesson. Yi Shu snorted. Below. Wang Su stared at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of hatred. Wang Yuer saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly said, Qin Feiyang, don't provoke Grandpa anymore. Take her away. Am I the one provoking him, or is he the one provoking me? Also, the Pill Tower Square is a public place. Why should I leave? Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Wang Yuer was extremely anxious. Wang Yuer's father suddenly stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang. The Pill Tower Square is indeed a public place, but it's also the place of the main tower. You're not from the Forgotten Continent. We don't welcome you. Don't welcome me. You're just a peak master of the Saint Peak. How can you represent the main tower? Then I'd like to ask, what do you think of the 4 people above? Qin Feiyang pointed at Tan Tai Li and the other 3 as he looked at Wang Yuer's father. Wang Yuer's father's pupils shrank when he heard this. Not to mention Yi Shu and the other 2, just Tan Tai Li was Qin Feiyang's great-grandmother, a family. And now, the main tower was under Tan Tai Li's control. In other words, Qin Feiyang was equivalent to the main tower's young master. Wang Su was also enraged, roaring, Are you leaving or not? Leaving is fine. Qin Feiyang took a step back and pulled the mermaid princess' hand, looking at Wang Su. But you must apologize to her. Apologize? Ha! Wang Su laughed loudly. You killed my father and you want me to apologize to her? Then why don't you tell everyone the reason why I killed Wang Yuanshan? Too ashamed to say it. Fine, I'll help you. Wang Yuanshan is in the Black Tortoise world, Qin Feiyang said. Bastard, I'll kill you. Wang Su's expression changed when he heard that, and he threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. If everyone knew about Wang Yuanshan's deeds, he would definitely go down in history in infamy. Kill me. Qin Feiyang curled the corner of his mouth, and his divine power surged. Wang Su immediately felt a huge pressure shrouding him, and he immediately staggered and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Qin Feiyang, are you trying to make a scene in the morning hall? Wang Yuer's parents also roared angrily. You too, get down on the ground too. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them, and his divine power roared. Their bodies trembled, and they immediately fell to the ground uncontrollably. Even Wang Su and the others can't resist at all. Is this Qin Feiyang's current strength? That's terrifying. He's practically a godlike existence. The surrounding people were all extremely shocked. Enough, it's really enough. Qin Feiyang, I'm begging you, please leave. Wang Yuer cried. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yuer and sighed deeply. His divine power dissipated like a tide, and he pulled the mermaid princess and said, Let's go. Thank you. In the future, let's break up with each other. Wang Yuer closed her eyes and said painfully. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yuer again, and from her painful expression, he knew how uncomfortable she was in saying those words. However, this might be the best ending. I hope you can find a good home as soon as possible and live happily ever after. Qin Feiyang said silently, and then took the mermaid princess into the main pagoda step by step. The disciples of the main pagoda, including the elders, the heads of the sub-pagoda, and the peak masters, all stepped aside in horror and made a path for them. Mermaid princess turned to look at Wang Yuer and whispered, Feiyang, did I cause you trouble? You only know now. Qin Feiyang looked at her helplessly. I'm sorry. Mermaid princess lowered her head, her face full of self-blame. Silly woman. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Don't always say that I'm silly, okay? How am I silly? Mermaid princess looked at him angrily. Okay, you're the smartest woman in the world, okay? Qin Feiyang laughed. You're not sincere at all. Mermaid princess pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and said, did you deliberately attack Wang Su and the others? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. Mermaid princess said, the more you and Wang Su fought, the more uncomfortable Wang Yuer would feel. In the end, she could only choose to break up with you. So I'm that kind of person in your eyes. Qin Feiyang said disappointedly. I guessed wrong. Mermaid princess was stunned. Wrong. I attacked Wang Su because he hit Wang Yuer in public. I attacked Wang Yuer's parents because they turned a blind eye to Wang Yuer's grievances. Qin Feiyang said. Mermaid princess said in realization, so you're defending Wang Yuer. Not only for her, but also for you. How dare they bully my woman, Qin Feiyang? Aren't they courting death? Qin Feiyang said proudly. Mermaid princess was pleased to hear that. Then, she said, but Wang Yuer is really pitiful. She likes you so much, but she had to break up with you because of Wang Su and her parents. This is fate playing tricks on people. Qin Feiyang sighed. If he didn't meet Wang Yuanshan, or if Wang Yuanshan was a straightforward person, the situation would be different now. Mermaid princess joked, look at you. You care about her quite a lot. Jealous. Qin Feiyang laughed mischievously. Do I look like I'm jealous? I just sympathize with Wang Yuer. Mermaid princess said. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Wang Yuer and sighed in his heart. Then, he disappeared from the main tower with Mermaid princess. Chapter 1900. Deep inside the tower, in a courtyard. A purple-clothed young man, holding a wine jar in his hand, was sitting in a pavilion in the courtyard. This person was young Master Hao. Compared to before, he looked extremely lonely now. His face was full of beard, his hair was messy, and his clothes were dirty. His whole body emitted a pungent smell of alcohol, and he was no longer as spirited as before. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang walked over step by step with the mermaid princess. They stood outside the courtyard and looked at young Master Hao. The mermaid princess asked in a low voice, he is the son of the tower master. Yes. Looking at him, it seems that his father's death was a big blow to him. Qin Feiyang said. The mermaid princess said, I heard from old Zhao that his father was sealed in the endless ocean. We know about this, but he definitely doesn't know. Maybe he doesn't even know what kind of person his father is. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He stepped into the courtyard and landed in front of young Master Hao. The mermaid princess stayed outside the courtyard. Young Master Hao sensed Qin Feiyang's aura. He raised his head and looked at him drunkenly, but he didn't say a word. He lowered his head again and took a big gulp from the wine jar. Then he looked at the void in front of him with dull eyes. As for Qin Feiyang, he was like air. Qin Feiyang said, you drink all day. Is there any meaning in losing your mind? Young Master Hao was stunned for a moment and murmured, I am a trash. Then he took another big gulp from the wine jar. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, it's the first time I've seen someone admit that they are trash. Of course it's strange for you, because you used to be a monster recognized by both continents. Now, you are a god of war that countless people look up to. And I, in everyone's eyes, am just a rich playboy with status and background. My current cultivation is pitifully weak. So the gap between the two of us is like heaven and earth. You don't have to pity me. I, young Master Hao, can't accept it. Young Master Hao gave a self-mocking smile. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with disappointment as he said, although I came to the Forgotten Continent specifically to find you, I'm not in the mood to listen to your nonsense. Looking for me? Then this little one is truly honored, Lord War God. Young Master Hao said with a smile. Qin Feiyang ignored the sarcasm in his words and said, how much do you know about your father? My father, young Master Hao murmured, shaking his head, I don't know, and I don't want to know. Qin Feiyang said, you must have thought of something. Otherwise, you wouldn't be avoiding this topic. I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. If you have the heart, then drink with me. Otherwise, please leave. Said young Master Hao. Running away won't solve the problem. Back then, out of jealousy, your father colluded with the Mu family to harm senior sister. He was extremely vicious. Later, when he became the chief tower master, out of selfishness, he forced Gongsun Bei, and of course, me. I'm afraid you still don't know. Back then, he said he wanted us to go to Qinghai to train, but in fact, it was to get rid of me. It can be said that your father is the sinner of the Forgotten Continent. Qin Feiyang said. Don't say any more, young Master Hao shook his head. And this time, at the god's sight, your father still didn't change. He wanted to harm great-grandmother and Yishu to cover up his crimes back then, but he didn't know that the heavens were clear, and evil was intolerable. No matter how he tried to cover it up, the truth will surface one day, Qin Feiyang said. I told you to stop talking. Is there something wrong with your ears? Young Master Hao suddenly stood up, grabbed Qin Feiyang's clothes, and roared. Qin Feiyang said, I'm not telling you this to humiliate you, but to let you understand that you have to pay the price for doing wrong. Don't say any more, please, let me go. Young Master Hao's eyes trembled, and he collapsed at Qin Feiyang's feet, looking extremely helpless. The person who wants to let you go is not me, but yourself. Your father is a sinner, and you are the son of a sinner. I think you don't want to carry this identity forever. So please stand up and atone for the sins your father has committed. Qin Feiyang said. Why? This is his mistake. Why do you want me to help him atone for his sins? Young Master Hao roared. Because you are his child. Qin Feiyang said. Ha, in the past, I was the child of a hero. Now, I am the child of a sinner. How ironic. Young Master Hao laughed like a madman. No one has ever admitted that your father is a hero. However, there is one thing I can tell you. Your father is not dead. Qin Feiyang said. Not dead? Young Master Hao's body shook, and his drunkenness disappeared. The wine jar in his hand fell out and shattered into pieces. Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Hao's reaction, and his eyes flashed. He nodded and said, yes, he is sealed in the endless ocean. The endless ocean, young Master Hao murmured, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and said in a deep voice, why are you telling me? Qin Feiyang said, not only will I tell you, but I will also take you there. Take me there. Young Master Hao's mind was chaotic. What was this person trying to do? Mermaid Princess was also stunned. She transmitted her voice, Feiyang, are you kidding? Moreover, the chief tower master was sealed by Yuan Bo and the others. You don't know where he is. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, for the current me, the endless ocean is not that big. I can find it with some time. Then why do you want to take young Master Hao there? Mermaid Princess was suspicious. You will understand later. Qin Feiyang smiled and was about to open the portal, but he found that the Qiankuan bag was not on him. Where is my Qiankuan bag? He looked at Mermaid Princess. Mermaid Princess was stunned. After thinking for a moment, she said, "It seems to be with Auntie. The inner demons asked her to take care of it." "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Mermaid Princess asked, "Why do you want the Qiankuan bag? Are you stupid? We are going to the endless ocean. Of course, we need a portal." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at her. Mermaid Princess smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang glanced at young Master Hao's waist. There was a ready-made Qiankuan bag hanging there. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The Qiankuan bag immediately flew into his hand. Then, his divine sense entered the Qiankuan bag and a smile appeared on his face. There were many portals in young Master Hao's Qiankuan bag. He took out a portal, pondered for a moment, and then quickly opened it. "If you want to see your father, come with me." Qin Feiyang pulled the Mermaid Princess and walked in with large strides. He didn't even turn his head as he spoke. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, young Master Hao's eyes flickered. In the end, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly followed in. After the portal disappeared, Tan Tai Li and the others appeared in the sky above the courtyard. Yi Shu was puzzled. He brought young Master Hao to the Chief Tower Master. What is this kid thinking? They had been hiding in the spatial divine item, so they heard the conversation between Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao clearly. The mysterious madam smiled and said, "Feiyang must have a reason for doing this. Let's not bother about it. Get ready to go to the great Qin Empire for the wedding tomorrow." The mythical island. This was the first place Qin Feiyang thought of. After so many years, the mythical island had not changed at all. The mountain was still the familiar mountain. The lake was still the familiar lake. Qin Feiyang stood above the lake and scanned the surroundings. Finally, he looked down at the lake. Thinking back, when he and Qin Rushuang had completely fallen out with the chief tower, it was the Mermaid Emperor's murderous intent that saved them. What's down there? Why does it give me a very familiar and intimate feeling? Mermaid Princess suddenly said. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Mermaid Princess. It seemed that this little girl had already sensed the Mermaid Emperor's murderous intent. Buzz! Just as Qin Feiyang was about to explain, the lake water below surged, and rays of bright light surged out. Immediately after, a huge golden mermaid appeared above the lake. He is the first Mermaid Emperor. Mermaid Princess looked at the golden mermaid, her face full of astonishment. The first Mermaid Emperor looked kindly at Mermaid Princess and said emotionally, "After waiting for so many years, finally, a mermaid with the power of my bloodline has come. Greetings, ancestor." Mermaid Princess hurriedly knelt in the void and said respectfully. "Wait." Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "Senior, you left this murderous intent behind to wait for the mermaid clan?" However, the first Mermaid Emperor did not seem to hear anything. His eyes were still fixed on Mermaid Princess and said, "My descendant, you are the luckiest person in the mermaid clan." Luckiest? Mermaid Princess was suspicious. What did this mean? Because the true inheritance of the mermaid clan is hidden in this murderous intent that I left behind. Since you are lucky enough to find me, I will give this inheritance to you. I hope you can understand this inheritance well and lead the mermaid clan to continue." The first Mermaid Emperor said, his voice full of great majesty. Inheritance? Qin Feiyang and Mermaid Princess looked at each other. Young Master Hao was also shocked. The true inheritance of the mermaid clan was hidden in this murderous intent? It was simply too unexpected. "My descendant, you must remember, no matter what happens in the future, you must assist the Qin clan and protect the descendants of the Qin clan. Even if the great Qin is destroyed, you must always follow. This is the mission of the mermaid clan." The first Mermaid Emperor said again. His huge body suddenly collapsed and turned into a golden light, pouring into Mermaid Princess's forehead. Mermaid Princess closed her eyes at once. Her whole body was enveloped in a golden divine light, looking extremely peaceful. The mission of the mermaid clan, Qin Feiyang murmured with a complicated expression. He did not expect that in addition to the true inheritance of the mermaid clan, the first mermaid emperor also left behind such a message. Chapter 1901. This inheritance came too late. In fact, it was also his fault. If he was willing to bring the mermaid princess along, then the mermaid princess would have already obtained this inheritance. If she had obtained this inheritance, perhaps the mermaid 5 ancestors would not have rebelled. It was all fate's fault. However, there were many things that could not be predicted. Perhaps when the mermaid princess obtained the inheritance, the mermaid 5 ancestors would not restrain themselves. Instead, they would become even more aggressive and plot to murder the mermaid princess and snatch the inheritance. This was not impossible. About half an hour passed. Suddenly, the mermaid princess let out a muffled groan, and her face twisted. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. Immediately after, the mermaid princess roared in pain, and 9 pairs of golden wings suddenly appeared on her back. Qin Feiyang's eyes were dull. After the 9 pairs of wings appeared, the pain on the mermaid princess's face gradually dissipated. But her eyes were still closed. The 9 pairs of wings on her back flapped gently. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and her golden hair danced behind her. Her peerless face was suffused with a layer of hazy treasure light, as if an angel from the immortal world had descended. Boom! Suddenly, the aura in the mermaid princess's body surged out. And it continued to soar. In the end, it soared to the initial stage of the war god realm. This is the war god. Young Master Hao's body trembled, and his face was full of fear. Qin Feiyang's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. Not only did she obtain the inheritance, but she also raised her cultivation to the initial stage of the war god realm. For the mermaid princess, it was completely a good fortune. After a while, the mermaid princess's aura retracted into her body. Her eyelashes trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Those gem-like eyes also carried a trace of a happy smile. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and asked, "What inheritance did you get?" The mermaid princess smiled slightly and cut her finger. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang's expression changed, and he hurriedly stopped her. But then, his expression froze. The blood that flowed out from the mermaid princess' fingertips was actually golden. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang was bewildered. "Just like your purple gold dragon blood, this is the purest bloodline power of us golden mermaids. Also, the 9 pairs of wings on my back are also what we golden mermaids should have." The mermaid princess smiled. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked curiously, "Then, do the 9 pairs of wings and bloodline power bring any benefits to you?" "Of course. However, I'll keep it a secret for now." The mermaid princess smiled mysteriously. "Little girl, don't keep me in suspense." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Furthermore, I have also obtained the mermaid clan's inherited divine arts, but I still need some time to comprehend them." The mermaid princess added. "Inherited divine arts? What level?" Qin Feiyang asked. The mermaid princess said, "High-tier divine arts." "Not bad, not bad." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Not to mention high-tier divine arts, even the weakest low-tier divine arts were rare in the Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent. To be able to obtain this inheritance, the mermaid princess's strength had increased by dozens or even hundreds of times. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "Now that my wife has become so strong, please don't abuse me in the future." "Who is your wife?" The mermaid princess blushed and glared at him fiercely. Qin Feiyang laughed and bowed to the lake. "Thank you, senior." "Thank you, ancestor." The mermaid princess also lowered her head to look at the lake and bowed respectfully. War god, young Master Hao looked at the two of them and muttered to himself, his gaze gradually becoming fiery. This was the goal he should pursue. The mermaid princess glanced at young Master Hao and asked in a low voice, "Next stop, where are we going?" "Dragon Island." Qin Feiyang said. Since it was not sealed on the Divine Island, it was very likely to be on Dragon Island. Because Dragon Island was still outside the Qinghai and Inland Sea. Back then, facing the pursuit of the Mu family and the tower, he and Qin Rushuang escaped on Dragon Island. Young Master Hao clenched his hands and shook his head. I'm not going. Not going. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, why not? Don't you want to save him? Before this, I did want to save him. But when I saw the mermaid princess break through to War God, I suddenly woke up. This is not what I want at all. What's more, he is a sinner, he should pay the price for the mistakes he made. Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile, but he frowned and said, are you serious? Don't say that I don't want to help you, in fact, I have already planned to help you save him. Would you be so kind? Young Master Hao sneered. Qin Feiyang said, of course I'm not so kind, but he is your father after all, I have to give you face. I don't need this face. Father, I don't want to save him anymore. Because with the current me, I don't have the ability to save him at all. If he doesn't repent after I save him and continues to harm the tower and the Forgotten Continent, then I will really be a sinner for all eternity. So let him slowly repent in the endless sea. Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang said, what you're saying is, wait until you have the ability to control him before saving him. That's right. When I have the ability, I won't be afraid of him coming out to cause trouble again. Because I will stop him. If I have no choice, I will even end his life with my own hands. Young Master Hao clenched his 10 fingers and said word by word. At this moment, he was no longer as dispirited as before, and his whole person was emitting a shocking sharpness. Qin Feiyang looked at him deeply and said with a smile, I am really gratified that you have this kind of awareness, and I am also happy for the billions of living beings on the Forgotten Continent. Don't act so high and mighty. Sooner or later, I will catch up to you, and even surpass you. Young Master Hao coldly snorted and stretched out his hand, return the Cosmos bag to me. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and threw the Cosmos bag to young Master Hao. Just you wait, I will let you know that I am not inferior to anyone. After young Master Hao finished speaking, he opened the portal and walked in without looking back. After the portal disappeared, Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He turned to look at the mermaid princess and said, I will take you to the Azure Sea for a walk. The mermaid princess nodded and asked, you took young Master Hao to find the Tower Master to test him, right? Yes. If he really wanted to save the Tower Master, I would have killed him on the spot. But the result was very surprising. Before we even found the Tower Master, he came to his senses. Actually, it is also because of you. Seeing you break through to the War God level, he suddenly came to his senses. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. The mermaid princess giggled, then shouldn't you reward me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He immediately turned around and hugged the mermaid princess. He moved closer to her ear and said with a naughty smile, look, there is no one around. Shouldn't we continue what we didn't finish in the Sea of Despair? Damn pervert. The mermaid princess shyly lowered her head and scolded in a low voice. The next day, early in the morning, the imperial capital, the central square of the first district welcomed a festive scene. First, a large group of Kirin army appeared and surrounded the square. Every one of them was wearing battle armor and holding a halberd, looking majestic. Following them were a group of eunuchs and palace maids. They brought all kinds of things to decorate the square. They were very busy. What day is it today? Not only did the emperor's personal Kirin army come, but the eunuchs and palace maids also came out. From the decorations in the square, it seems like someone is getting married today. But who is it? Who is it? Could it be Prince Qin Feiyang? That is possible. I am so envious. I wonder which family's daughter is chosen by His Highness. His Highness is like the sun in the sky now. He will definitely be the emperor of the great Qin in the future. Even if the woman he chooses is from the most ordinary family, she will instantly soar into the sky and achieve meteoric success. The streets around the square were already filled with a sea of people. Everyone was discussing in low voices. Time passed in the blink of an eye. It was almost noon. The square was finally decorated. It was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was very beautiful. The ground was also covered with a layer of golden silk carpet. It was spotless. In front of the square, dozens of chairs were neatly placed. They were all made of the best Phoebe Jinnan wood, showing a noble aura. Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice sounded. Following closely, a middle-aged man in golden armor with a magnificent aura descended above the square. This person was the commander of the Kirin army. With the help of the Gate of Rebirth, he had also been reborn. Welcome, Your Majesty, the Empress. At the same time, the Kirin army, palace maids, eunuchs, and people on the surrounding streets all knelt down and kowtowed. The commander of the Kirin army also faced the imperial palace and half-knelt in the void. His expression was extremely respectful. Soon, a group of figures stepped on the air and arrived. The leaders were really the emperor and his wife. Next were Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen, the four grandfathers of the Liu family, Qin Yuan, Tan Tai Li, Yi Shu, the mermaid emperor, Zhao Tai Lai, and others. There were even Liu Ji, Jiang Zhengyi and his wife, Old Man Ren and Ren Duxing, Wang Yangfeng, Yan Nanshan, Feng Cheng, Uncle He, Zhao Shuang, Er's grandfather, Old Man Zhao, Lu Yun, and others. And there was also a particularly conspicuous old man, Li He. But at this moment, there was no distinction between monarch and minister. They were talking and laughing. It was very harmonious. Furthermore, all of them were dressed in jubilant attire. Rise! Everyone landed on the square. The emperor waved to the people around and smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. The people said respectfully and got up one after another, looking curiously at Jiang Zhengyi and the others. His Majesty turned to look at Old Man Ren and the others and said with a smile, Everyone, please take a seat. Old Man Ren said, Your Majesty, we are ministers after all. It's not appropriate to sit on the same level as Your Majesty. As I said, there is no distinction between monarch and minister today. Besides, everyone here has taken care of Feiyang. I can't thank you enough. The emperor said with a smile. Yes. Without you, there would be no Feiyang today. Lu Qiuyu nodded. If that's the case, Old Man Ren looked at Jiang Zhengyi and the others, then looked at the emperor and said with a smile, then we will respectfully accept. Chapter 1902. When everyone was seated, Lu Yun asked suspiciously, What is this Qin Feiyang doing? Why hasn't he come back yet? Ren Duxing looked at Tan Tai Li and asked, Mrs. Tan Tai, didn't you say that he is in your forgotten continent? Do you know the situation? Tan Tai Li shook her head. In terms of seniority, she was the highest here. So even the emperor, Emperor Chen, and Emperor Hong were respectful to her, not to mention Ren Duxing and the others. Then where did this kid go? Could it be that he forgot? Everyone frowned. Impossible. Lu Hong's marriage is such a big matter, no matter how busy the young master is, he won't forget. Zhao Tai Lai laughed. As expected of the person I trust the most, you know me so well. A light laughter sounded. Following closely, Qin Feiyang brought the mermaid princess and descended on the square. So the woman your highness likes is her. She is indeed a national beauty. But why haven't I seen her before? That's not the point. The point is, looking at their clothes, it doesn't seem like they are getting married. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess coming hand in hand, the people on the surrounding streets were discussing. Stinking brat, you're finally willing to come back. Do you know that ever since you woke up, your grandfather and grandfather wanted to have a good talk with you? But you were gone for half a month. This old man really doesn't understand. What's so attractive to you in the Sea of Despair? Emperor Hong looked at Qin Feiyang with a sullen face. What is it that attracts me? Aren't you asking the obvious? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Little bastard. Emperor Hong scolded with a smile. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned and landed on the two old men next to Emperor Hong. That's right. The two of them were Emperor Chen and Lu Yun. Looking at Qin Feiyang, the two of them looked a little excited. Wife, let's go. Qin Feiyang turned his head and smiled at the mermaid princess, then pulled the blushing mermaid princess to the two old men and bowed. Feiyang and his wife greet grandfather, grandfather. Don't talk nonsense, okay? We haven't gotten married yet. Mermaid princess bent, lowered her head, and glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang. It's just a matter of time. Qin Feiyang grinned. Good. Emperor Chen and Lu Yun nodded and helped Qin Feiyang and Lu Yun up. Lu Yun couldn't help but tear up. Qin Feiyang looked at the two old men in front of him and lowered his head in self-blame. Grandfather, grandfather, I'm sorry. You have suffered so much because of me. What are you saying? You are our grandson. If we don't protect you, who should we protect? Okay, okay. Let's not talk about this again. Let's have a good talk. The two of them smiled with tears in their eyes. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and Cui Li automatically gave up their seats. After Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess sat down, the three of them stood respectfully behind Qin Feiyang. Something is wrong. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and said suspiciously. What's wrong? Emperor Chen asked. Why do I only see the older generation? Where are the younger generation like Ling Yunfei and Qin Rushuang? Qin Feiyang said. He didn't see any of the younger generation in the square. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Emperor Chen said, they are all busy. Qin Feiyang suddenly nodded his head. When he saw Li He, his expression was slightly stunned. He said in surprise, why are you here as well? What do you mean? Can't I come to Great Qin? Li He's face darkened and said angrily. Of course you can. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Zhao Tailai and the other two. He asked, where are Junior Leopard and Yu Huang? Zhao Tailai smiled mysteriously and said, they also have a mission. Ah. Qin Feiyang was surprised and said, am I the only one who has nothing to do? You are different. You are our savior. How can we let you worry about these things? Cui Li joked. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and didn't think about it anymore. He chatted and laughed with Emperor Chen and Lu Yun. A strong sense of family and happiness pervaded the square. That was the moment when noon arrived. Roar! All of a sudden. A loud beast roar sounded in the sky above the imperial palace and echoed in the sky above the imperial city for a long time. It's the Blood Kirin's voice, Qin Feiyang murmured and looked up in the direction of the imperial palace. Rumble. Soon. Another rumbling sound resounded in the sky. It was as if several ancient chariots were coming from the void in the distance. Gradually. The Blood Kirin, the Golden Leopard, the Crocodile King, the Golden Wolf King, and other beasts came into everyone's sight one after another. Their auras were like rainbows as they walked in the air step by step. However, the funny thing was that they were all tied with red ropes as thick as an arm. The other end of the ropes was tied to 3 big golden carriages. The 3 big carriages were made of pure gold. They were 5 or 6 meters long and had dragons and phoenixes carved on them. Gong Sunbei, Qin Rushuang, Wang Zicheng, Ren Wushuang, Zhao Shuang, and the others followed beside the 3 big carriages and walked step by step. Everyone's face was full of bright smiles. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He knew the Blood Kirin and the other beasts very well. They were all wild and unruly beasts. Now, they had put down their pride and ran to pull the wedding carriages. It seemed that these days in the imperial city, they had really integrated with everyone. However, the people on the streets and even the people in the first district couldn't stay calm at this moment. Although they didn't know what cultivation level the Blood Kirin and the other beasts were at, the Blood Kirin and the other beasts didn't hide their auras. Their divine power was rolling in all directions. Since it was divine power, it must be a divine beast. Using divine beasts to pull the carriages. This was too grand. Who on earth were the newlyweds in the 3 carriages? Rumble. After a while, the Blood Kirin and the other beasts landed on the square. The 3 carriages also landed steadily on the ground. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one. In addition to the Blood Kirin and the other beasts, there were also thunder leopards, seals, seahorses, and so on. They were all emitting false god auras now. Back then, when Qin Feiyang entered the divine sight, their cultivation was already at the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. In the past few years, Second Grandpa had tirelessly taught them. Therefore, when the demon ancestor sent people to kidnap them, they had already broken through to the false god realm. Similarly, as the strongest people around him, Wang Yangfeng and Wang Yishan had also become false gods. The emperor stood up and looked at the Blood Kirin and the other beasts. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The Blood Kirin said, "You know we have worked hard. Later, get us some good wine and let us drink to our heart's content." The emperor smiled and said, "You can have as much as you want. Later, you can drink to your heart's content. Now, let's invite the newlyweds out." The emperor smiled and turned to Qin Feiyang. He said, "Feiyang, they want you to be the witness. Come." Huh? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He said awkwardly, "I have no experience in this kind of thing." The emperor shook his head and said with a smile, "What experience do you need? Just let them come out. Then it's simple." Qin Feiyang smiled. He stood up and walked to the center of the square. He glanced at the 3 carriages and said, "Stop wasting time. Hurry up and come out." Ah! The emperor was stunned. The others also looked at each other. This was too simple. At least say a few words of blessing in advance. Can't I? Qin Feiyang turned to look at everyone. The emperor waved his hand and said, "Okay, okay, okay. It's a matter for the young people anyway. You can do whatever you want." Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 carriages again and urged, "Hurry up. I want to see who other than Lu Zheng and Lu Hong are secretly getting married." Lu Zheng lifted the curtain and walked out of the carriage. He looked at Qin Feiyang speechlessly and said, "Little cousin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have asked you to be the witness. There's no medicine for regret in this world." Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "Lu Hong, what are you doing? Don't you think it's fun to hide in there?" With a series of footsteps, Lu Hong walked out with her head lowered. She was wearing a red dress with 2 golden fire phoenixes embroidered on it. She had a little light makeup on her face. She looked very natural. Her black hair was tied up high, looking clean and neat. She wore a phoenix coronet on her head and a red cape on her shoulders. Standing beside Lu Zheng, she did not dare to raise her head to look at everyone. Lu Zheng grabbed Lu Hong's hand and said with a smile, "Hong, what are you shy about? You're the main character today." Hearing that, Lu Hong mustered up her courage and raised her head to look at everyone. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Hong and said with a smile, "You're the most beautiful today." "Thank you." Lu Hong lowered her head again. Her face was red, and her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Swish. Qin Feiyang looked at the other 2 carriages and said unhappily, "You guys, do you only dare to do it if I do it? Boss, today is our big day. Can't you be a little more patient?" A dissatisfied voice sounded. This voice, Qin Feiyang looked at the carriage in astonishment. It was Fatso's voice. No way. Fatso was getting married? Wait. Who was his bride? Why was there no news at all? That's right. We want to give you a surprise. Can't you cooperate? A displeased voice sounded from the other carriage as well. Ling Yunfei. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the carriage again. His expression was extremely shocked. The next moment, the curtains of the two carriages were also lifted. Ling Yunfei and Fatso walked out almost at the same time. It's really the two of you. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Aren't you surprised? Fatso grinned and said with a smug look on his face. Ling Yunfei also looked at Qin Feiyang proudly. Surprise? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. There was really no surprise. There was quite a lot of shock. Chapter 1903. What's with your expression? Fatso frowned. He was wearing a bridegroom's clothes and had a big belly, just like a rich man. I'm just wondering. Ling Yunfei is a handsome man after all, but I really don't understand. Which girl would be so blind to fall in love with you? Everyone has their own preferences. Fat Lord is not very good looking, but he has a beautiful heart. Fatso smiled proudly. Beautiful heart? Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched fiercely. Who didn't know what kind of person this guy was? How dare he say it out loud? Suddenly, an angry rebuke sounded from behind the curtain. Qin Feiyang, I won't allow you to bully him. Before the voice died away, a woman dressed like Lu Hong came out and stared at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. Ah! Qin Feiyang immediately froze on the spot. How could it be this woman? Fatso grabbed the woman's hand and laughed. Boss, Fat Lord's wife has a bad temper. You'd better watch your words in the future. Qin Feiyang was completely confused. This woman was Li He's granddaughter, Li Yan. Of course, he knew Li Yan. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very capable and talented. He never expected that Li Yan would fall in love with Fatso. Wait. Was she forced by Fatso? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang shivered and quickly looked at Li Yan and said, Did Fatso threaten you? Don't be afraid of him. I'll help you. Ah! Everyone present was suddenly stunned. Alas! I don't agree either. But this girl, I don't know what's wrong with her. Not only does she want to be with Fatso, but she also wants to get married immediately. Li He sighed secretly. Fatso was too different from the grandson-in-law in his heart. Boss, what do you mean? Fatso snapped back to reality and said angrily. Shut up. Qin Feiyang glared at him, then looked at Li Yan and said, Don't be afraid. Tell me if you have any grievances. Li Yan smiled bitterly and said, He didn't force me to marry him. I forced him to marry me. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He asked, Are you all right? I know that this might seem inconceivable to you all. However, this is the truth. I just like him. Because I feel very secure when I'm with him. Besides, a person's appearance really doesn't matter as long as he treats me well for the rest of my life. Li Yan said and looked at Fatso affectionately. The entire place was silent. Qin Feiyang also fell silent. Such a woman was so rare. Fatso was extremely touched. He also grabbed Li Yan's hand and said very seriously and sincerely, Yan, don't worry. Fat Lord will definitely treat you well for the rest of his life. Because Fat Lord also knows his own limits. It's the good karma of his ancestors to be able to marry you. Idiot, don't feel inferior. You're a man. You have to hold your head high and become someone I can rely on. Li Yan said with a smile. Okay. Fatso nodded heavily and straightened his back. He pulled Li Yan and walked to Qin Feiyang step by step. Boss, in fact, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, Fat Lord would have died somewhere long ago, let alone find such a beautiful wife. Thank you. I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. After the fatty finished speaking, he bowed deeply as tears streamed down his face. You are really silly. We are brothers. Why are you still saying this? Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Boss, Fatso looked up at Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, he stretched out his hands and gave Qin Feiyang a bear hug. He shouted, yes, we are brothers. Brothers for the rest of our lives. Qin Feiyang said, okay, okay. You are about to get married. Why are you still like a child? Fatso wiped his tears, let go of Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, since we are brothers, where is the gift? Gift? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He frowned and said, so you said so many mushy words just for a gift? What else do you think? Fatso gritted his teeth and said. No. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He turned to look at Ling Yunfei, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Stingy. Fatso pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang said, Ling Yunfei, who is your wife? Ling Yunfei smiled evilly and turned to look inside the car. Wife, it's time for you to show up. A woman walked slowly, stood beside Ling Yunfei, and smiled at Qin Feiyang. It's you. Qin Feiyang smiled. This woman was old Master Zhao's granddaughter, Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang smiled and said, are you surprised? A little. But you and Ling Yunfei are together. It's a good thing that you don't let others take advantage of you. Qin Feiyang said. What are you talking about? Zhao Shuang glared at him. Wife, Boss Qin is praising you. If you fall into the hands of another man, it will be too easy for him. Ling Yunfei said. Cut the crap. Are your ears itchy? Zhao Shuang immediately glared at Ling Yunfei. Don't. So many people are watching. Leave me some face. Ling Yunfei hurriedly waved his hand, with a flattering look on his face. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned and joked, Ling Yunfei, I remember you said last time that someone was subdued by you? Zhao Shuang's relaxed face instantly became unfriendly again. Did I? Don't talk nonsense. Ling Yunfei laughed. Ha! Qin Feiyang smiled and said, all of you, quickly come over and serve tea to your elders. I'll deal with you tonight. Zhao Shuang snorted and took the lead to get off the carriage. Boss Qin, you've really made me suffer. Ling Yunfei grumbled in his heart and hurriedly followed up. Qin Feiyang said, come, serve tea. Immediately. 3 palace maids came out with exquisite trays. There was no need to talk about what happened next. As for Li He, although he had some small opinions, as long as his granddaughter was happy, he didn't care. He also prepared wedding gifts for the two. Lu Ji, old man Zhao, second grandpa, and the others were naturally very happy. Of course. They also prepared wedding gifts for their children and grandchildren. Although the gifts were not very expensive, they were the elders' intentions and their sincere blessings. So happy. Mermaid Princess walked to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at the 3 couples with a smile. There was a trace of envy in her eyes. Lu Qiuyu, the emperor, the Hung emperor, and the Qin emperor looked at Ling Yunfei and the other 6 people, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess with a face of regret. Qin Feiyang saw all of this. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt. He grabbed the Mermaid Princess's hand and whispered, don't worry, in the future, I will definitely give you a grand wedding and make you the happiest woman in the world. Mermaid Princess was stunned and didn't say anything. A trace of expectation rose in her beautiful eyes. Auntie, uncle, please have tea. Not only the elders like Lu Ji and old man Zhao, but even the emperor, Lu Qiuyu, and the others, Ling Yunfei and the other 6 people also came forward to serve tea. In the square, there was laughter. Finally. Fatso took Li Yan and walked to Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess, handed them a teacup, and said, Boss, sister-in-law, please have tea too. We? The two looked at each other. Mermaid Princess hurriedly said, this is not appropriate, Auntie and the others are all elders, you should serve tea, but although we are of the same generation, my parents died early, and I only have Uncle Hai by my side. Uncle Hai, who was Situ Hai, was also present at the moment. And boss, I have always treated him as my biological big brother. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father, and an elder sister-in-law is like a mother, so you must drink this cup of tea. Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess and said. This, mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang. Since you have said so, let's drink. Qin Feiyang smiled, took the teacup, and drank it in one gulp. I don't think I'm their sister-in-law yet. Mermaid princess shook her head helplessly, took the teacup in Li Yan's hand, and took a sip. Fatso took back the teacup and said with a smile, Boss, sister-in-law, you have drunk the tea, now the gift can't run away, right? Qin Feiyang's forehead suddenly formed a row of black lines. Sure enough, every move was a trick. Big brother, sister-in-law, this gift definitely can't be missing. Moreover, big brother, you are a war god, and your status is incomparably noble. It definitely can't be just for show, right? Li Yan laughed. Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he said speechlessly, this wedding ceremony doesn't seem to be over yet, and you are already working together as husband and wife? And you, Li Yan, you weren't like this before, you have been led astray by Fatso. Li Yan giggled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, and said, Don't worry, this gift will definitely not be missing out on you. After saying that, he looked at the Blood Kirin, Zhao Tailai, and the others, and said, Is the Wind Moon Pavilion on you? No. The inner demons were handed over to Mistress. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Qiuyu. Lu Qiuyu waved her hand, and the Wind Moon Pavilion, the Cosmos Bag, and the Golden Bead all appeared and flew in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang put away the Cosmos Bag and released his divine sense into the Golden Bead and the Wind Moon Pavilion. Fatso said in surprise, Boss, you're not going to give them to us, are you? In your dreams, you can only pick one. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Fatso and said. Is Fat Lord that kind of greedy person? Fat Lord is just thinking, these are all supreme-grade divine artifacts. Fatso said. Since you recognize me as your big brother, then this wedding gift must be decent. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two supreme-grade divine artifacts, and with a wave of his hand, the Wind Moon Pavilion flew in front of the two of them, and said with a smile, Take it. Thank you, boss. Fatso was overjoyed and immediately reached out to grab it. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Wind Moon Pavilion returned to his hand. Fatso's smile froze, and he said angrily, Boss, what are you doing? Are you trying to make me happy? Qin Feiyang ignored him and walked to Li Yan, saying with a smile, Take it, there is no blood contract in the Wind Moon Pavilion, you can directly drip blood to recognize it as your master, and in the future, if Fatso dares to bully you, you can use the Wind Moon Pavilion to beat him up. Okay. Thank you, Qin Dage. Li Yan took the Wind Moon Pavilion happily and immediately dripped blood to recognize it in front of Fatso. After recognizing it as its master, Li Yan put the Wind Moon Pavilion into her body under Fatso's envious gaze, and then she did not forget to smile at Fatso. Fatso immediately swallowed his saliva. It seemed that the future days would not be easy. Chapter 1904. Seeing that Fatso and Li Yan actually got a supreme-grade divine artifact, Ling Yunfei and Lu Zheng looked at each other with green light in their eyes. This little cousin is really generous. Lu Zheng murmured. Ling Yunfei rolled his eyes and said telepathically, Little cousin, we can't just let Fatso and Li Yan take advantage of them. Let's go. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Zheng nodded. The two immediately took their respective brides, held their teacups, and ran toward Qin Feiyang. Looking at Lu Zheng and Ling Yunfei's behavior, second grandpa angrily scolded, How can you run around on such an important day? Ha, second brother, don't be so old-fashioned. The times are different now. It's the world of young people. Why do you care so much? Lu Yun said with a smile. Second grandpa was stunned and couldn't help but smile bitterly. At the same time, Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Zheng and Ling Yunfei running over, and his face twitched again. He stretched out his hand and said, "Stop." The two suddenly stopped, and the tea in the teacup splashed out. Lu Zheng, what are you doing? Lu Hong looked at Lu Zheng angrily. Ling Yunfei, don't embarrass me. Zhao Shuang'er also glared at Ling Yunfei. Ling Yunfei said disdainfully, how is this embarrassing? It's a waste not to take advantage of it. Zhao Shuang'er's face was dark. Ling Yunfei looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a sneaky smile, Boss Qin, I have always treated you as my brother. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Lu Zheng also looked at Qin Feiyang, grinned, and was about to speak. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, Stop. What? You won't even give me a chance to speak? Lu Zheng's smile froze. He glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Qin Feiyang said, It's true that Fatso and Ling Yunfei treat me as their big brother, but you, so it's this. It's nothing. As long as you give me enough benefits, we can make an exchange. I'll be the younger cousin, and you'll be the older cousin. Lu Zheng said with a grin. Fatso and Ling Yunfei immediately cast disdainful glances at Lu Zheng. Gong Sunbei, Qin Rushuang, and the others looked at each other and could not help but shake their heads and laugh. Second grandpa was fuming and glaring at him. For the sake of some congratulatory gifts, he didn't even care about his dignity. What kind of behavior was this? This was simply a disgrace to the Lu family. Qin Feiyang was also speechless. He said, You'd better look at second grandpa's face now. Lu Zheng glanced at second grandpa and did not take it to heart. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Don't use him to scare me. It's useless. Bastard. Second grandpa was furious. Second brother, what do you think you're doing? Lu Yun saw that the situation was not good. He hurriedly held second grandpa down and comforted him. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. He looked at the blood Kirin and said, Give me the dragon vein sword and the Kirin armor. The blood Kirin was stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Give it to me. The blood Kirin sighed helplessly. With a thought, the dragon vein sword and the Kirin armor appeared. After a period of repair, the Kirin armor had been restored to its original state. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the two supreme-grade divine artifacts flew to him. Then, he erased the blood contract. Looking at the two divine artifacts, Lu Zheng and Ling Yunfei's eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at the two and said calmly, It's the same as Fatso's. You don't have a share. When the two heard this, their faces immediately withered like frosted eggplants. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Hong and Zhao Shuang'er and smiled. Come here. The two looked at each other and walked in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Shuang'er and smiled. To be honest, I used to feel guilty. Why? Zhao Shuang'er was suspicious. Back in the Swallow Pan mountain range, when you were ambushed by Zuan, I swore to help you and take care of your family. But at that time, I only thought of Aunt Shua and Aunt Lu Ji. As for your grandfather, I did not do anything. It wasn't until he was killed that I remembered that I hadn't even come to visit him before. So, please forgive my carelessness. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said apologetically. You think too much. I never blamed you. Besides, hasn't grandfather been resurrected? Zhao Shuang'er smiled. Thank you. Qin Feiyang said gratefully and smiled. Then you can choose one. That's not good. I know that you still have to go to the miracle. Keeping these divine artifacts will definitely help you. Zhao Shuang'er said. It's okay. You have to trust me. Qin Feiyang smiled. In that case, Zhao Shuang'er glanced at the Kirin armor and dragon vein sword, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Let Sister Lu Hong choose first. Lu Hong was stunned and looked at Zhao Shuang helplessly. Just choose. Why are you being so polite? Zhao Shuang looked at Lu Hong, then looked at the Kirin armor and dragon vein sword. For a moment, she could not make up her mind. Ling Yunfei whispered in Zhao Shuang's ear, "My dear wife, we want the dragon vein sword." Why? Zhao Shuang was suspicious. Ling Yunfei said, "The Kirin armor is only a defensive divine artifact. It has no lethality. The dragon vein sword is definitely better." "Then I want the Kirin armor." Zhao Shuang grabbed the Kirin armor, completely ignoring the stunned Ling Yunfei. She directly dripped her blood on it to claim ownership. Ling Yunfei said anxiously, "My dear wife, what are you doing?" Zhao Shuang said, "I just want to live a peaceful life in the future, so I don't need the dragon vein sword." Seeing that Zhao Shuang had made up her mind, Ling Yunfei did not dare to force her. He sighed helplessly. Qin Feiyang smiled, looked at Lu Hong, and said, "Girl, although you don't have a family, in the future, my parents and I will be your family. If Lu Jing bullies you in the future, you can come to us. We will help you teach him a lesson." Lu Hong's eyes trembled, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Qin Feiyang raised his hand and gently wiped away Lu Hong's tears. He said with a smile, "Today is your big day. You can't cry." "Okay." Lu Hong nodded. "Okay, quickly take the dragon vein sword. With this divine artifact, I think Lu Zheng will not dare to bully you in the future." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "I dare to bully her. It's good that she doesn't bully me." Lu Zheng pursed his lips. Fatso and Ling Yunfei also looked distressed. The three women all had supreme-grade divine artifacts. How could they live in the future? "Okay." Qin Feiyang turned around and took a few steps forward. Then, he faced Ling Yunfei and the others and said with a smile, "Then I officially announce that you are husband and wife. Hurry up and go to the bridal chamber." "Yeah. We can finally go to the bridal chamber. Everyone, goodbye." Ling Yunfei and the other two cheered and immediately went forward to hug their brides. Lu Hong and the other two also lowered their heads shyly. "Wait." But suddenly, the emperor's voice sounded. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned to look at the emperor and found that his father's expression was very ugly at the moment. He looked at the second grandpa and the others, who all looked angry. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Brat, it's broad daylight. You let them go to the bridal chamber. Isn't this nonsense? Besides, we have booked the fragrant moon house and set up a banquet. There are a large group of distinguished guests waiting for us in the fragrant moon house now. If you let them go to the bridal chamber now, who will entertain them later?" The emperor said angrily. After that, he looked at Ling Yunfei and the others and said, "And you, can't you wait?" Ling Yunfei and the other two quickly put down the brides in their arms and looked at the emperor with embarrassed smiles. Qin Feiyang also looked quite embarrassed. He coughed and said, "Then let's go to the fragrant moon house." A group of Kirin army, eunuchs, and palace maids immediately cleared the way in front. Ling Yunfei and the other two immediately pulled Lu Hong and the other two to the fragrant moon house. Because the fragrant moon house was next to the square, there was no need to take a carriage. After everyone left one by one, Lu Qiuyu came over and said with a smile, "How does it feel to be a witness?" "Tired." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "You're already saying you're tired?" Lu Qiuyu shook her head and looked at the mermaid princess standing next to her. She sighed and said, "Actually, what mother wants to see the most is you two getting married." Qin Feiyang quickly said, "Mother, enough. I know your character. There's no need to explain. In short, as long as you're happy." Lu Qiuyu laughed. "Thank you for your understanding, mother." Qin Feiyang bowed and said, feeling really sorry for his mother. "Master." Suddenly, a surprised cry sounded. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw a young man running out of the crowd. It was Wang Xiaojie. Beside Wang Xiaojie was a young man in black. This person was not old and his cultivation was not strong, but whether it was his eyes or his demeanor, they were far superior to his peers. His entire body was filled with an astonishing sharpness. Lu Qiuyu looked at Wang Xiaojie and Qin Feiyang and smiled. You guys chat, I'll go to the Fragrant Moon Pavilion first. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, you're going too? Not only will your mother go, I will also go. The emperor walked over at this time. Qin Feiyang looked at the emperor, his face full of surprise, and said, Father, you are the emperor of a country. You have given everyone enough face by attending the ceremony. Now you want to attend the banquet, isn't it a bit inappropriate? The emperor was stunned, hugged Lu Qiuyu, and said with a smile, our child has really grown up, you know how to think for us. Yes. Lu Qiuyu nodded. The emperor looked up at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, if it was in the past, not to mention a banquet, even if it was a ceremony, I would not participate. But after experiencing so many things, I have also thought it through. As an emperor, although dignity is indispensable, sometimes you don't have to be too serious. Qin Feiyang looked at the emperor in a daze. To be honest, looking at his father now, he was really not used to it. Enough. You guys chat, we'll go first. The emperor smiled, pulled Lu Qiuyu, and walked towards the Fragrant Moon Pavilion. Lu Qiuyu glared at the emperor and said in a low voice, I say, can you let go? You are so young, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? You are my wife, what's wrong with me holding you? Moreover, the entire Great Qin is mine, who dares to laugh at me? The emperor said proudly. Lu Qiuyu smiled helplessly, but in her heart, she was happy. Chapter 1905. After the two left, Wang Xiaojie immediately went up and said with a smile, Master, Mistress. Master. The black-clothed youth also bowed. This person was Mu Chen. But later, he followed Qin Feiyang, and Qin Feiyang changed his name to Qin Chen. Qin Feiyang looked at the two and said with a smile, are you both okay? Can't be better. Wang Xiaojie smiled and looked at the mermaid princess, saying, Mistress, you are so beautiful. My master's ancestors must have accumulated good karma to get such a beautiful wife like you. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. The mermaid princess was also stunned, then said with a smile, you little guy, you know how to talk. This is the truth. Wang Xiaojie said with a serious face, then changed the topic and said with a smile, Mistress, do you have any greeting gift? Ah. The mermaid princess was stunned. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but give Wang Xiaojie a knock on the head and said angrily, is this greeting gift enough? Wang Xiaojie rubbed his forehead, looking wronged. Qin Feiyang said, you really don't learn the good things and only learn the bad things. In the future, stay away from Fatso and the others. Wang Xiaojie lowered his head and said with dissatisfaction, it's the first time I see Mistress, it's natural to give a greeting gift. Are you still looking for a beating? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. No, no, no. Wang Xiaojie hurriedly waved his hand, his face was full of flattery, but then he pretended to be deep inside, saying, Master, you are really not a qualified master. Qin Feiyang was stunned, his hands crossed in front of his chest, looking at Wang Xiaojie and said, tell me, how am I not qualified? Look. When Qin Chen and I followed you, you didn't teach us anything, and directly threw us into the mountains and forests, leaving us to fend for ourselves. Do you see any master in the world like you? Wang Xiaojie pouted. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Looking at the silent Qin Chen, he looked at Wang Xiaojie and said indifferently, this is how I teach people. If you're not satisfied, you can leave at any time. Wang Xiaojie's body froze. Was he going to expel him from the sect? That won't do. Wang Xiaojie quivered and hurriedly said, Master, this disciple didn't mean that. This disciple just wants to say, can you show more concern for us? Are you still a child? You still want me to care about you? If you want to stand at the top of the pyramid of this continent, you must learn to be independent and learn to endure. Because when facing an enemy, no one will show mercy to you. Qin Feiyang said. Master is right. Wang Xiaojie nodded submissively. Originally, he wanted to gain some benefits, but he didn't expect that instead of gaining any benefits, he would be fiercely reprimanded. The losses outweighed the gains. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Chen and asked, "What about you?" Qin Chen said, "I didn't think too much because I know that you're doing this for our own good. It's not bad to have this understanding. In the future, your achievements will definitely be higher than Wang Xiaojie's. However, you must always remember who gave you all of this. You know what I mean, right?" Qin Feiyang said. "I know. Although I've changed my name to Qin Chen, the bloodline of the Mu family still flows in my body. Moreover, I'm the only one who's still alive in the current Mu family. So, you're worried that I'll rebel?" Qin Chen said. "You're indeed smart." Qin Feiyang praised with a smile. Qin Chen said, "I swear to the heavens that I'll never do anything to harm the great Qin dynasty." "I believe you." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. He waved his hand and said, Go and relax. Don't pull a long face all day." "Yes." Qin Chen nodded respectfully. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Xiaojie and said, "You go too. Learn from him in the future." Wang Xiaojie pursed his lips and reluctantly followed Qin Chen to the fragrant Moon Inn. This Qin Chen is indeed a promising talent. However, this disciple of yours is not bad. There's no need to be so harsh on her." Mermaid Princess said. "If I don't be harsh on them now, it'll be the same as harming them. After all, I can't always protect them, right? Moreover, the great Qin dynasty will be their world in the future. Of course, I hope that they can go further and further." Qin Feiyang said. Mermaid Princess thought for a moment and nodded with a smile, "That's true. I hope they can understand your painstaking efforts. If they're really a promising talent, they'll understand." Qin Feiyang smiled and released his divine sense toward the imperial palace. "What are you looking for?" Mermaid Princess was suspicious. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "You go to the banquet first." "I'm going to meet someone." "Okay." Mermaid Princess didn't ask much. She was very sensible. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and disappeared instantly. Imperial Palace Back Mountain. In a huge valley, tombs were neatly arranged in the valley. This was the Imperial Tomb. Each tomb was built in an extremely imposing manner. At this moment, in front of one of the tombs, a young man knelt under the tombstone, tears streaming down his face as he kept sobbing. The young man was the little prince. There was no doubt that the person in the tomb was her mother. Swish! Qin Feiyang silently descended behind the little prince. Looking at the tomb, his eyes were filled with disgust. Bang! Suddenly, he raised his foot and kicked the little prince's back. The little prince immediately fell to the ground and ate a mouthful of mud. "Who?" He immediately got up and roared angrily. But when he turned around and saw that it was Qin Feiyang, a trace of fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. "You didn't even notice that I appeared behind you. What right do you have to threaten to kill me?" Qin Feiyang said with a contemptuous face. The little prince flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, "That's because you're strong, don't find excuses. No means no. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. This time I'm not here to find you. I'm here for this tomb." Qin Feiyang said. "Tomb?" The little prince was stunned. He quickly stood in front of the tombstone and said in a panic, "What do you want to do to my mother's tomb?" Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, "She's not qualified to be buried in the imperial tomb." "Why?" the little prince roared. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Don't you know?" "What should I know?" The little prince's angry face showed a trace of confusion. Qin Feiyang looked at the little prince. It seemed that his father didn't tell the little prince about that woman. But it made sense. After all, the little prince was still young. This kind of thing was too cruel for him. It might even affect the little prince's life. It was a good thing to hide it from him. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said to the little prince, "How about we make a deal?" "Not interested," the little prince said. "I'm afraid that's not up to you. I can let your mother continue to be buried in the imperial tomb for the time being. But my condition is that you have to break through to the divine war realm within 1,000 years. If you can't do it, then it won't be as simple as moving. When the time comes, I will destroy your mother's tomb bit by bit in front of you." Qin Feiyang said calmly. "I won't allow you to do that." The little prince immediately roared and pounced at Qin Feiyang with bared fangs and brandished claws. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and with a "pa" sound, the little prince was sent flying on the spot. He rolled on the ground in a sorry state. This kind of childish behavior is meaningless. You can only agree. Otherwise, I will destroy your mother's tomb right now, Qin Feiyang said. The little prince was covered in mud and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He got up and stared at Qin Feiyang. "Make your choice," Qin Feiyang said. The little prince turned to look at the tomb and nodded. "Okay, I promise you. I will definitely enter the divine war realm within 1,000 years. Then I'll wait and see." Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently. Then, he turned around and stepped into the air. "Not only will I enter the divine war realm, but I will also kill you to avenge today's humiliation." The little prince roared. "Do you know what humiliation is now? Looks like you've grown a lot. Work hard. The future of the great Qin dynasty depends on you. You will become a wise emperor. Make me proud of you." Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and disappeared from the young prince's line of sight without even looking back. At the Fragrant Moon Inn, the streets were blocked by the Kirin army. Even a fly would not be able to get in. The entrance of the Fragrant Moon Inn was guarded by the commander of the Kirin army. Anyone who wanted to enter the Fragrant Moon Inn had to show their invitation cards. "Marquis Yuan Wu is here. Marquis Chu Wu is here. Marquis Min Wu is here. Master Qin Sheng is here. The head of the Pill Pagoda and the elder of law enforcement is here." A series of loud yells could be heard. Anyone who was invited was either a martial marquis, a minister, or a person in power in the divine palace. In short, almost all of the famous, influential figures had come. After all, the banquet was personally organized by the emperor himself. Furthermore, the emperor himself was present. How could they not show up? Of course. There was another reason. Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was the pillar of the great Qin dynasty. His position in people's hearts was no less than that of the emperor. So, most of them were here to get closer to Qin Feiyang and get familiar with him. Head of the Treasure Pavilion and Steward Sun Dahai are here. Along with a respectful call, a white-clothed woman who looked like a young girl slowly walked to the entrance of the Fragrant Moon Inn with a white-haired old man. The commander of the Kirin army hurried to greet them and said with a smile, "Why are you two so late? We were afraid that you wouldn't be able to greet us." The lady in white smiled and nodded at Sun Dahai. Sun Dahai immediately took out 2 invitations and handed them to the commander of the Kirin army. The commander of the Kirin army took the invitations and opened them. He stepped aside and said with a smile, "Please come in." "Thank you." The lady in white smiled gently and entered the Fragrant Moon Inn. "Steward Sun, long time no see." But at this moment, a laugh was heard. Following which, Qin Feiyang arrived at the entrance. "Greetings, Your Highness." The commander of the Kirin army hurried forward and bowed. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Sun Dahai. Seeing Sun Dahai looking at him in a daze, he shook his head and said with a smile, "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you recognize me?" Sun Dahai quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." Qin Feiyang hurried forward and helped Sun Dahai up, saying, "Elder son, you don't have to be so polite with me. To think that your highness still remembers this old man. This old man is ashamed." Sun Dahai sighed. Chapter 1906. What are you ashamed of? Let's go. Let's get drunk today. Qin Feiyang pulled Sun Dahai and walked inside. What's going on? Why is His Highness so close to Sun Dahai? Seeing this, many people were a little surprised. The commander of the Kirin army was also suspicious. He quickly caught up with Qin Feiyang and said, "Your Highness, I have a few words to say to you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He stopped and turned to look at the commander of the Kirin army. Plop. The commander of the Kirin army knelt on the ground and blamed himself. "I'm really sorry for what happened back then." Qin Feiyang said, "Do you think you can forget about it by saying sorry?" The commander of the Kirin army lowered his head and his face was full of guilt. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He reached out to help the commander of the Kirin army up and said, "It's all in the past. Don't take it to heart." Your Highness, the commander of the Kirin army looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. "I was just joking with you. I've forgotten about it. Besides, you were just following orders. Come in and find me when you're done. Let's have a few drinks." Qin Feiyang said. "Yes." The commander of the Kirin army shouted. He stood straight and his face was full of gratitude. Qin Feiyang patted him on the shoulder and turned to pull Sun Dahai into the fragrant moon brothel. "Your Highness, long time no see. How have you been?" The woman in white stood in front and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "You are?" Qin Feiyang looked at the woman in white suspiciously. Sun Dahai hurriedly said, "She's our leader." Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. He looked at the woman in white and asked, "Have we met before?" "Your Highness is really direct. But even if we haven't met, we know of each other's existence." The white-clothed woman said. "That's true." Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-robed girl cast a suspicious glance at Sun Dahai. After that, she turned to Qin Feiyang and spoke, "You guys chat then. I'll go meet some old friends." In fact, she was also very puzzled. Why did the relationship between Qin Feiyang and Sun Dahai suddenly become so good? In fact, it was so good that it was somewhat ridiculous. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. After the white-clothed woman left, the guests in the hall stood up and bowed. "Everyone, enjoy the food and drink. Don't be shy," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. He then greeted Sun Dahai warmly and walked upstairs. Sun Dahai smiled bitterly and said, "Your Highness, this little old man is somewhat overwhelmed by your favor like this." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He sighed and said, "To be honest, I really have to thank you this time. If you hadn't secretly told me about Great Qin's situation in the Central Divine Kingdom, I really don't know what would have happened." Sun Dahai said, "It was just a small matter." Wrong. If it was just a small matter, why didn't those marquises and ministers tell me? I know that they don't have confidence in me and think that I can't defeat the demon ancestor. So, they don't want to draw trouble to themselves. But you are different. You truly love Great Qin and don't want Great Qin to fall into the hands of the demon ancestor. You also trust me without a doubt. Just this trust alone is something that ordinary people can't compare to. Qin Feiyang said. Your Highness is too serious. As a citizen of Great Qin, it's only right that I care about Great Qin's safety. Sun Dahai shook his head and smiled. You're old, so don't be modest. If I lose this time and the demon ancestor finds out that you're the one who told him, you'll definitely be killed. So, you risked your life to tell me the news. I, Qin Feiyang, will always remember this kindness. Qin Feiyang said. Sun Dahai stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang's expression was incomparably sincere, he said, "With your highness's words, this old man can die without regrets." "Old man, when did you become so polite?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "Your highness is so polite. How would I dare to be impudent?" Sun Dahai said innocently. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Thinking back, from the time he met Sun Dahai at the door until now, it seemed that he had been polite. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, my bad. I'll punish myself with 3 cups later." Seeing this, Sun Dahai couldn't help but laugh, and said, "Your Highness, if you really want to thank this old man, then don't say such polite words." Qin Feiyang was stunned, and asked, "Then what do you want?" "What do you think?" Sun Dahai asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, looked around, and asked in a low voice, "You don't want the position of the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion, do you? Although this is just a question, it doesn't seem right for you to do this. After all, your pavilion master is still so young. What are you thinking about? Who wants the position of pavilion master?" Sun Dahai's veins bulged. "Then what do you want?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Sun Dahai snorted coldly, "Don't play dumb, I don't believe that you really don't know what I'm thinking." Qin Feiyang laughed out loud. He shook his head and said, "You damned old man, you really haven't changed at all. You're always thinking about those pill formulas of mine." Sun Dahai rolled his eyes and said, "As a businessman, if I don't think about the pill formulas, do you think I'll think about you? Don't. I'm not interested in men, let alone a rotten old man like you." Qin Feiyang said. Sun Dahai joked, "You don't know, right? An old man is better than a young man, more experienced." Ugh! Qin Feiyang looked at Sun Dahai in astonishment. Sun Dahai rubbed his hands, like a weasel looking at a lamb, and said to Qin Feiyang, "How about it, do you want to try?" Scram! Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he directly kicked. "Feiyang, we're here." At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded from above. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw a peerless beauty standing in front of the railing on the top floor. It was the mermaid princess. Sun Dahai looked at the mermaid princess, and poked Qin Feiyang's back, and said with a wretched smile, "Boy, you're quite lucky. Have you become a real man now?" "What real man?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Sun Dahai said with a tone of disappointment, "Stupid, of course it's a matter between men and women." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Why didn't I realize that you're such a wretched old man before?" Sun Dahai didn't care and shook his head, "It seems that you haven't made your move yet. You're not going to make your move on such a beautiful woman. Do you have a problem in that area?" "Old man's son!" Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. "Can this old man take it that you're angry out of humiliation? It seems that you do have a problem in that area, but don't be afraid, this old man has a secret recipe that specializes in all kinds of male problems. For the sake of our friendship, this old man won't take your money. This old man will have someone send it to you some other day, and I guarantee that you'll be able to regain your masculinity." Sun Dahai smiled slyly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, and then swept Sun Dahai up to the top floor. Next to it was a private room. And it was the largest and most luxurious room in the fragrant moon brothel. At this moment, the door of the room was open. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw Tan Tai Li and Emperor Hong sitting at the head of the table, followed by Emperor Chen, Qin Yuan, Lu Yun, second grandpa, third grandpa, and fourth grandpa. Then there was the emperor couple, the mermaid emperor. Then there was Qin Rushuang. These were all Qin Feiyang's close relatives. Tan Tai Li said, "Brat, we're waiting for you. Come in quickly." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded, pulled the mermaid princess, looked at Sun Dahai, and said, "Let's go in." This, looking at the table of people inside, Sun Dahai could not help but turn pale. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Sun Dahai stammered, "Everyone here is your family, and I'm the only outsider." This isn't appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Qin Feiyang directly raised his hand and pushed Sun Dahai in. The emperor and others looked at Sun Dahai, and also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Although today was Ling Yunfei's wedding banquet, it was now equivalent to a family banquet. Naturally, a family banquet should be a family banquet. But why did Qin Feiyang let Sun Dahai in? Your Majesty, my lords, Sun Dahai stood inside the door with his head lowered, not daring to look at them. Qin Feiyang walked in with the mermaid princess, and then closed the door. Lu Qiuyu asked, Feiyang, what's going on? Qin Feiyang pulled the mermaid princess to sit next to Qin Rushuang, and then briefly explained the situation. I see. Only then did everyone realize. Lu Qiuyu smiled, indeed, we should thank you properly. Elder son, don't be so reserved, quickly sit down. Yes, your majesty. Sun Dahai nodded, walked to the table timidly, and sat next to Qin Feiyang. Okay. After so many years, this is the first time our family has gathered together. Today, no national affairs, no worries, no trivial matters, we'll just talk about our family. Emperor Hong smiled. Yes. The last time we gathered together was when Feiyang was born. In the blink of an eye, Feiyang has not only grown up, but also found a wife. We old guys have to admit that we're old. Emperor Qin sighed. We're old, but on the wine table, we can't lose to the young people. Lu Yun said as he got up to pour wine. Yes, let this kid know that we old people are not easy to bully. Emperor Hong nodded. Swish. A group of old men immediately stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched, and he looked at everyone warily and said, What are you doing? Let me tell you, I'm not good at drinking at all. With so many elders here, even if you don't know how to drink, you have to drink. Not only you, but your wife also has to drink. Qin Yuan chuckled. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, Uncle Yuan, why are you fooling around? Qin Yuan said, Silly boy, this is not fooling around. This is everyone's concern for you. After all, it's easier for you and your wife to do things when you're drunk, and we have a chance to hold grandchildren. Do things? Hold grandchildren? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. It turned out that this group of old people was planning this. But no matter how he looked at it, they were disrespectful. Pfft. Qin Rushuang on the side laughed directly. Sun Dahai's face also turned red. When the mermaid princess heard that, she immediately lowered her head. Her face was so pale that it was almost dripping water.